Good morning. Okay, welcome everyone. Agenda items to work through today. I'd just like to start with a minute's silence, please, for recognising the passing of King Te Haiti. This is our first formal meeting since his passing, so just a minute's silence, thank you. Okay, thank you. Now our microphones have just gone off again. They just did it and we cut out. Okay. So I'll just sort that first before we go any further.
Yes. Would you mind contacting maybe or might not need to.
You can do it. I can.
I can. Hey,
Okay, we're live. Yes, we're live. Well, good. Thank you. Just playing heaven was obviously being knocked. Okay, so welcome everybody. Welcome those online and those watching us on live stream today. We have just got the one apology from Gary Thompson, who's a leave of absence to be received. Thank you, James. Moves James, seconded Caleb. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Yeah. Any declarations, any notifications of urgent business? Anything? The next item is the declaration of interest for agenda items. I have one, and it'll be the stadium agenda item, and I will step aside and Deputy James Thomas will lead that piece. Any other conflicts of interest? Nope. And we'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes for the 28th of August and public excluded minutes, 28th of August. Moved Caleb, seconded Sharon. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. We haven't got a public forum this morning. Straightforward. We'll now move on to the agenda items. So our first item is item 7.1, which is our Risk and Insurance Committee report. And we've got Jadine, our chair, Jadine, online this morning. Kia ora, Jadine.
Kia ora, me Adrian. I'm hoping that you can hear me okay. Kia ora koutou. I'm here to give an update in relation to our latest Risk and Insurance Committee hui, which was held on Tuesday, the 10th of September. The committee received our standing item papers, as well as items on insurance, procurement, policy, well, there's a lot of them actually, annual plan, climate change, annual report, final audit report for the LTP, legislative compliance, delegation policy and register, as well as our annual self-assessment. I also want to thank not only the NPDC team, but also, or especially Kelly and Leslie, but also elected members and Risk and Insurance Committee members for their collective efforts in progressing our risk management journey. We considered significant risks to Council and landed on 9 top risks, which are included in my Chair hui summary. And finally, I really appreciate the strong engagement of our committee members at the hui, and I'm happy to answer any queries. Thank you. Sorry, I've got a bit of a cold.
Thanks, Jadine. Any questions for our chair? It was a pretty, quite a in-depth meeting. Very thorough, and always appreciate Jadine's leadership in this committee because it gives us confidence. It's the old belt and braces with risk insurance, very important. So if there's no comments or questions, no. Thanks, Jadine. We'll everyone's looking at me and not jumping to say anything. So if someone could move,
I'm happy to move that.
Yep, Caleb's happy to move the report be received. Second, Bruce. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Thanks, Jadine. We'll see you again soon.
Have a great day. Ka kite, bye.
Thank you. You too. Okay. Item 7.2 is the Piako easements in Matamata. Take that as read. Oops.
We don't have any Malcolm Chair.
I think, has anybody got any questions for it? I think,
It just makes sense.
yeah. We could assume you've all read it, obviously.
Yeah.
And it makes sense.
A lot of it's just a tidy up.
Yeah.
It is,
Yeah.
and it's to ensure that the easement is
It makes sense.
there.
Has
Yeah,
to be
and
done.
it's nice and clean and easy, but I was keen to hear from you, Matt, about.
Look, it's just where they are. Sorry, it's where they are anyway,
Oh, here's our chair now.
and it's just tight.
Hello.
I
We've taken it as read, and is Nikki on?
don't think it needs
No.
much.
Yeah.
Just as a tidy up.
Yeah, I'm with Councillor Whiting. This is a very, very simple
Yeah.
thing, and obviously it needs to be done. And but
Yeah. Doesn't
let's
need
make it happen.
work.
Put your light on if you've got anything you want to add. It is obviously straightforward.
Maybe answer any questions if you have any.
No, they had no questions. They felt unless there was anything you had to wanted to add.
Right, a good ad. How many more reserves have we got that are, so convoluted like this? We probably need to be tidied up. No, that's just a comment.
A lot. This isn't tidier.
So I'll move.
Yeah.
It's a start and a tidy up that we have planned out. Yes.
Yes. Alrighty. So have I got a mover for the recommendation in its entirety from 1 through to 5? So moved. Second, Caleb. So it's obviously the recommendation. Would all those in favour please say aye?
Aye.
Against? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was very
Thank you,
easy. Good to tidy it up. Okay, we'll now move on to item 7.3, which is community facilities bulk fund projects. And Alicia, good morning. Again, we can take this as read, and perhaps just if we ask questions, is there?
Yeah.
Yep. We'll go with questions from the
Mm.
council. Okay, well, put your light on, and so your doors are still on. Would you like to ask? No? You can start. You can pick it up.
Start. Wayfinding, is that really important in these days and ages, and starting again, basically? Is
Yes.
How I read it.
Yes. So
I mean, all of these you can say yes. Let's be honest.
sorry. Yeah. So basically, there is some signage at the moment, but it's not standardised throughout the district. There are some places which have a lot of signage, and others which are very old or have none. So yeah, the idea is to standardise throughout the district and make it clear not just for people that are visiting from out of town, but those that are in town and perhaps don't know where specific tracks and trails might be.
You didn't really say what this entails, though.
Yeah,
It
come on up.
wasn't so specific as to.
No, so I'll
This is,
share.
you defer to our share because they're part of Mark's team.
Hello. Through you, Mayor. We've got quite a few complaints recently about people getting lost in Te Aroha tracks itself,
Yeah.
because there are quite a few mountain bike tracks that intersect with the walking tracks. So a part of this wayfinding signage would be to improve that as well.
Yeah.
And of course, we'd like to make sure that there's consistency that goes along with our draft signage manual at the moment as well, because some of the signs are out of date or have reached its end of useful life. So this moves towards that.
Dave.
Yeah, I guess I was just, I don't have a problem with putting up signage when there is no signage and it needs more signage. I guess I get my heckles up a little bit when you've got signage that may not be doing the job as good as it could, but it's still okay being pulled down for signage to be put up that looks slightly different than what's there, just to try and keep all the signage looking uniform.
In response to that, we do have a scheduled signage renewal where our parks operations team and the parks and facilities planning team have come together and looked at all the signages that have the highest condition rating, which is, so it's 1 to 5, 5 being that it's in its worst state. So at the moment, we're only prioritizing the ones that we expect high traffic. So for example, the Morrinsville Recreation Ground, the Te Aroha Boat Ramp Reserve, or areas where we anticipate high traffic, such as the Matamata domain with the new destination playground. All the signs at the domain are end of its useful life.
Right.
So again, we have prioritized a specific schedule for what signs we'd like prioritized, and as and when we get money, we'll put money in that. Yep.
Very sensible. And I think my question was around the dogs, obviously, where there's somewhere that's off leash and on leash and all that would also be part of some of that new signage as well, wouldn't it? It would, and that would clear some of the confusion, although people enter walks at different spaces, so they're not necessarily going to see the sign that says this is an off leash area or an on leash area. At least
We've got a million signs through Centennial Drive and Tom Grant Drive.
Yeah, but no, I think it makes sense that, and following from Dane's question, I think that assures us that this isn't just broad changing signs. This is a strategic approach to tidying up where there is some confusion for people. And I know what you mean when you're walking down and we take traction and think, which track are we walking on now? You know, like if you don't do it often, I could understand that it would be confusing, and more people are using those tracks.
I think another difference that until now we had the Te Aroha Mountain Tramping Club helping us with the operations and maintenance, and they had actually gone ahead and done a couple of signs for us, although they weren't up to standard. So that's one thing of making sure that they're up to standard, and also just again ensuring that visitors, accessing our tracks can also maybe not get lost, because we've got a few cases of that as well.
Yeah, that's great. Are there any other questions around the outcome, Taylor?
Thank you, Worship. So how far do you expect 20,000 to go in terms of sign? How far do you expect that to go? If you're only prioritising the highest wear and tear sign, do you think you'd spend all of that 20,000 quite easily?
Yeah, I think you've got the schedule and you've got
The prices are there.
Which is one signs. At the moment, we've got about 10 signs, approximately, and they would all be A1. And how much is?
And each of those signs is worth $2,000.
10 signs.
Really? $2,000?
Yeah, A1. You want to make sure that they don't get vandalized.
Have you shopped around?
The biggest thing. Sorry?
Have you shopped around?
Shopped around.
Do you have only one sign supplier, or can you put this to market? But $2,000. I understand the signs have to be compliant and long-lasting and anti-vandalism, and obviously they need to meet certain legal criteria. $2,000 a sign? Yeah.
So they aren't $2,000 a sign. They're probably about $200 to $300 a sign.
Yeah, it's in the document. Yeah, it's $356.90 plus $100 for KBs to install for the standard 1,200 millimetres and 1.2, and then there's the A2 size. There's the four. Obviously, the differences there are much cheaper. I think at the end of the day, let's not get into the weeds. In principle, I think we've got the question. I think the questions have been asked and answered around the strategy behind it. We understand that, and
We need to question.
yeah, we do. But I think we have asked those questions, have we not? So okay, so that's that one potentially asked you. That's one that you're involved with. There'll be others. Sarah Jane, you keep going.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the barbecue replacement, whether that could be worked into the Te Aroha Domain master plan eventually. Because who knows, we could end up moving it from there.
And further to that,
I don't know who that would be a question for, if that's Don or Manaya.
Well, yeah. Well, yes. And the point being, I mean, something like a barbecue, I see there were some numbers in there as to the level of usage through counting totals. Now, do you think that level of use justifies replacement, or is it one of those things which
nice to have.
just nice
Yeah,
to have, and maybe we apply the money elsewhere?
And the maintenance is also a big.
Yeah, I guess the challenge is there's already a barbecue there that's not working. So this is a replacement of a barbecue, but yeah, I'm guided by whatever. If I just say, Russell, would you like to comment on that?
Excuse me. Couple of things. master plan for Tiara Domain will probably take 2 to 3 years, if not longer. I'd expect to see this barbecue up and running by summer. There's no reason why a simple barbecue could not be installed. Just clarification over your options 1, 2, and 3, and your recommended option is barbecue replacement with Edwardian style shelter and seating, but then you've got a budget of $12,000. So with your barbecue replacement with the Edwardian style shelter is $26,000.
Yeah.
What are you actually going for?
So that would just be the barbecue replacement.
Just the barbecue. So then your recommendation would be Edwardian style shelter and seating would need to be removed.
I see.
Yeah, so that was just an error on my part.
But those that have travelled around a little bit in motorhomes and that will probably come across barbecues, and they do get used a lot. And I recommended James to call into, I think it's Clark's Beach past Portworth. They've got a real nice barbecue.
Beautiful.
We stayed there 3 nights. The council called in every morning to clean the barbecue. It took them about 5 minutes and it's done. So, well with it.
That was actually going to be my question, is there someone on the list that's lined up to clean the barbecue every morning if we put a barbecue in? Because one not getting cleaned doesn't last very long.
That would be down to KBS and their maintenance team. Obviously, there has been one in the past.
It's replacing an existing broken piece of infrastructure. The thing is, if a barbecue's there and it's broken, it's either going to be removed. It's going to be removed regardless, and there's an option here to replace it under bulk funding. Right. Shall we address each one one by one?
Yes.
So we'll go back to the signage. Can I have a show of hands for approving signage? Yep. The signage is in. Replace the barbecue. Yep. Good. Right. We'll move down. That's the. Anyone want to ask us? We'll go to the cemetery gates. My only question was around that, is the old gates are looking very tired, and so is there an intention then to put in the budget to put Hinura stone across the other 2?
Not at the moment. They're still functioning. Once they are at the end of their useful life, they will be replaced to this standard with the Hinura stone.
So how has it become a standard for the Hinura stone? Is it just because Matamata's Lions Club fundraised, and so now council's adopting a Hinura stone across the district?
Did the report not say that it was a decision by a previous
That, I
council?
think was an email we got yesterday that outlined it was a previous council.
In terms of Matamata.
In terms of management, it's not
No,
the
yes,
district. I just the cost is
And does Hinura stone?
is it relevant to the other?
Yeah.
Because that's where the concrete block in the colonial looked like.
He suggested marble.
No, I mean, we can look at a different type of gate that might be more in line with our character. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it's just that principle around doing something more than what's there at the moment.
Yeah, we definitely need to address the gates, absolutely. So are we questioning the Hinura stone at this stage? Bruce?
I'm just going to make a general statement about this bulk funding.
Yes.
Right? And because I just believe that we've got to be careful about what we're spending our money on, and whether we're going to meet our budgets overall this year, and whether some of these things could not be put on the back burner. That's all I'll say.
And further to that, I'd like to say, did all the bulk funding money get spent last time? Because we did a lot of things, and I wonder whether they actually have.
No, so bulk funding hasn't actually been used for a couple of years. There hasn't been the resource for it. It takes quite a lot of time to go through and get the projects from the different managers.
Look, I mean, a number of these things are renewal, and arguably, they would be left at an operational level. This is an historic fund that was, if you like, a proxy for because we didn't have proper asset management plans to a granular level for a number of different community facilities items. So the history of it was, let's put a bulk fund in, let's identify candidate projects, and then council would approve or not. Now, arguably, you could, to Bruce's point, you could say, well, in order to reduce our expenditure, one area that we could potentially save money is to reduce the funds for renewal items, and simply decommission some stuff, like the barbecue, for example. I suppose the process here today is, do you believe these items are acceptable? We have got the funds. Is the case made for them sufficiently in your eyes to do what's been suggested to be done, or simply do nothing?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to agree to any of that.
You don't have to. And I guess if you look at them, they're not significant costs.
No.
But they do add value, like with the seating to be placed around. It adds amenity to the community, and when people are out and about watching sport, is it something we need to do?
Well, I'll just add then, all right, to this. I think from a general point of view, I'm saying we've got we tried to take an austerity view to our funding this year, all right? So bearing that in mind, what I did like about this was that there was that criteria and the what do you call it, the points basis.
Yeah.
I think, actually I thought that was very good.
Yeah, and that's very historic and was developed by a number of us.
It might have been, but it's the first time we've really seen it.
Yeah.
All right. So I think that's very good. Personally, I would see it where we need to do it because it's from it's there, it needs to be replaced, we should replace it.
Right.
All right. Because it's really an operational program review.
Yeah.
Okay. And I personally think that it should still be operational using that sort of criteria.
Mm.
And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and not for us.
Yes.
That's fair
Replace and
enough.
replace it.
Yes. But when you look at the gates for Sierra, I think looking back, the job wasn't done properly. We should have had the gates done at that time, right at the start.
I
Having what we've got there now,
don't disagree with the gates being done.
Yeah,
All right.
so replacement is one thing, but actually putting something new in, I think.
Thank you, Sandra.
I think that's required. A gate is required there.
But
I guess-
Even coming from me.
Yeah, I guess the difference is that there's new seating being proposed, and is that a necessity at this point in time, or is it a nice to have? And
Well, you can make the same argument about $13,000 barbecue.
exactly.
Why can't you put a barbecue in for $2,000 or $3,000?
Yeah, I did look at that.
How's
Why is it
$15,000
this
less?
price?
Are you using renewable hydrogen gas to power the barbecue?
I think it's, from an operational point of view, is putting something in that is going to last, and it's also,
Yeah, it's pretty hard. Yeah, because it stinks.
want it to be sturdy so it doesn't break down.
So I guess in principle, I think we're just sort of getting clarification around these things to understand better. So I'll just move to the pool roof ventilation. And has that been the proposal here for those fans, is that guaranteed to fix the problem?
No, and that's why we have left it off specifically in the bulk fund list, because we don't know exactly what is going to be the right solution. We'd hate to put something in that isn't going to meet specific outcomes. Yeah, so that's why we've tried to leave some money. As you said, there's other projects or other things that can happen throughout the year. I think this was identified through the long-term plan process as being quite a key budget that council wanted to keep. But yeah, it's history around it. It's there.
yeah, it can be used, I suppose, for anything, but it's about that capital. It has to be a capital investment, things that I suppose are not in our budgets. So it is really to council's discretion of how they want to use it, whether you do want to keep it all for, have it in the back pocket for things, or you're picking out some of the really key important ones and maybe not allocating. That's up to you. Yeah.
So we sort of started going line by line. Are people happy now to accept? Or do you want to keep going line by line? Line by line? Does anybody else want to go line by line?
Line by line. I just have one question about the cemetery against the Te Aroha. I'm not an engineer, right? I'll be quite frank with you. I do question why you'd need to spend 20,000 on a gate. Is there a less expensive, because I can't say anything's cheap these days, is there a less expensive way to go about maintaining or replacing that gate? And that we don't need anywhere a stone in Te Aroha. That's a specific to the Matamata, but is there something that you can do or to erect that is, coherent with the culture and the story of the town?
Yeah, and I think we can do that. And all these budgets, because the last thing we want to do too is not have enough budgets to deliver the outcomes we're seeking. So we don't want to keep coming back to you and we'd only spend what we need to spend to achieve those outcomes. But yeah, for the Te Aroha Cemetery gates, we can look at that, and we don't need to spend. Of course, we won't just hit that target if we're going to go away from Hinuira stone, but it's just got to be something that's solid and that will last. Yeah.
To be fair, I thought the 20 grand was pretty good. Considering what the moment. Yeah, there was about a year that was. I know that's the longest stretch.
Well, and it's 2 gates.
And there was a lot of volunteer work. That was 20 grand. I thought.
Yeah. So we haven't done if we're not using Hinuira stone, but of course we're not going to hit the number. We're trying to deliver what we need to for the best money. We've got to go through procurement and things like that. So yeah.
So if I spin it around the other way, has anybody got a challenge with any of the other proposals?
I just had a question, and I know my many colleagues will be able to answer it for me. I did question whether we did an AV system in the Rose York Lounge. I don't, I've only been there pre-renovation, and I just thought that there was kind of rubber Peter to paint hall because we want people to use the civic centre for the AV stuff. I would have thought, but happy to be guided because I don't know the facility.
Neither do I.
I can answer to a degree in the sense that I've been at the civic centre and I've had to have meetings at Rose York because there hasn't been room at civic centre. That's how busy it can be at times. But it's not perhaps a necessity at this point in time, and it is in yellow, so it's at the bottom of the list.
One thing with that one, I know Chris is looking to use the Rose York Lounge for a lot of their sort of site meetings and site stuff going forwards for the new stadium. They wanted to kind of use that as a base, as it's a bit closer and stuff. So I know they wanted to use that for that purpose.
But for AV purposes, I don't, in terms of a meeting room, yes, but I do we need the AV stuff was my question around there.
Shane?
Actually, the deputy mayor makes a good point. Is it in such a bad way, the Rose York Lounge?
Oh, it's not in a bad way. I think it'd be good to have the tiles because it's very but it's in the list. It's in yellow in that.
Yeah, maybe not this time round.
Yes, and it's there
as a thought.
Yeah.
The one thing that I do very seriously question is, do we need new inflatable modules right now? If we're taking the austere approach, this could be seen as a third way to do it. I mean, are our pools at a detriment without these inflatable modules?
I think from you answer it.
No, you mean Adrian, but yeah.
I just feel this is across 3 towns. It's $3,000 on each. The kids coming and swimming in a pool, they don't just do swim lengths. There's got to be some fun.
And I think the thing is too, I've been down there with those things inflated, and you get so much better patronage in the pool
Exactly.
with the kids when they're in there. So I think that they will pay for themselves quite quickly. Those.
You do. Like, who has a pool at home that doesn't have toys? And
I'm just going to massive rubber satellites blow up.
But but this is the thing, isn't it? Is that
In the summer,
there has to be providing a pool and having lifeguards. There's more to it than that. that would be my answer. Peter, you got
So my question regarding the safety fence by the railway.
oh yes, it's vital.
I'm assuming that they won't be able to walk around the ends of that fence, 2,500.
It goes from Bedford Park right through along the railway line to the near the intersection at Hopkins Road, Burwood Road end.
I thought there was 3 sheets. I've got an idea.
It's just a small piece that's obviously needs repair. This is a safety issue on this one.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we,
A bit of local knowledge. Sorry, Alicia. You got another question too?
don't know whether we're there yet, the district-wide carpet tiles and trolleys. Now that's raised a few.
That's a sticking point.
Yeah. I think we need a bit more,
Can that be deferred to the next LTP? I did see somewhere, I'm just trying to find it now, there was it
Would be a better way.
three on that one, I think.
Yeah. It's frustrating, the cost of transporting.
500 one way.
And of course, when you read the document, it's one trolley is only 200. It doesn't cover a court, does it? You need 3 sets to cover a court. And of course, I haven't seen them physically to what they're like to move, but transporting them from Morrinsville to Tiaraha,
so what did I
seems exorbitant.
I got back the email. Yeah.
About how much they use, how many
And I mean,
times it's been out.
there was only at least one clash.
Yeah, so that's what Sharon raised.
Yeah.
She hasn't been in the role for very long, so she can't really attest for previous usage, and Lisa's on leave at the moment, so we can't get the exact amount of data. But
I think it would be good to have 2 sets, obviously, to cater, but if it's only one, because if there's a clash, doesn't justify when you go, there's the civic centre, there's still the civic centre in Matamata that doesn't need as a facility. Yeah. Bruce, yeah.
So, I'm going to go back to this Rose Law, your AV system. Is the new stadium, is that going to have a meeting room or anything? No. Okay, fine. How many AV systems do we have in the Civic Centre?
It's centralised.
It's centralised. It's in every Peterson's room's got screens. They've all got screens.
They've all got screens.
They've got a mobile screen that you can move around. I don't know how many.
So the AV system really is for our use when we have meetings.
But also when they hire it out, everybody use as well.
Yeah.
How often does that
I can see the advantages.
The Rose Walk, how often?
Sorry, at the Civic Centre we've got portable ones. So I think there's 2 portable ones and one.
Yeah, the one in the main.
One in the main room that's like built in.
I can see the advantage, all right? Because I operate a system where we've got AVs and whatever. But do we need it this year?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
yeah. And it's at the bottom of the list anyway.
Yeah. Draw that line.
Yep.
Across there. Leave the reason for.
So are there any other questions around the others? Other than the roof ventilation? I think the roof ventilation was one that's dropped out for now. And is everyone else in favour of the other things?
So the Rose Walk goes in the entrance.
Eden Stadium, 2 items are gone.
And the trolley.
They could go. Well, they were yellow in the sheet. That's where the overspend is because they read the lowest in the one of the attachments. So they are from a ranking perspective. Are you not agreeing with that ranking perspective, or are we putting it in and taking the roof ventilation out?
Ventilation is a whole different can of worms.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm looking at option 1.
Yep.
So I guess probably my first.
Let's make a decision.
Sorry, what's that?
Yeah, let's make a decision. And
So I guess probably my first observation would be is that the bulk fund was consulted on in the long-term plan. We've rated for it. I think there's an expectation from the community that it's used for the purposes that we rated for. And I guess I would just say that I'm really, really impressed with the scoring system. I think it's really, really well rationalised. There's a few it's really good to have you here just to check a couple of the criteria. One of which was probably the Hanua Stone is the only one where I'm like, how does that work? I'm totally open to it. But everything else, I think the ranking's terrific. And the way that you scored it, and all lines up with what the bulk fund was designed for and what we consulted on with the community and we agreed in consultation to allocate the funds for us. I think all of that's absolutely terrific. When I'm looking at option one, I understand the ranking. Does it mean that if we get to 8 and we run out of money, we're not doing 9, 10, 11? Is that how you do it, or not really?
Yes, yeah. So we do the highest ranking ones first, and then if we don't have enough money, the other ones drop off the list. They'll go on to next year's list.
Yeah, I think we have done pretty good estimates, so we'd be delivering on all of those projects if you're
And I guess the only reason that I ask though is just picking up on Her Worship's point is that like I'm comfortable with option one, which goes right down to include the Rose York Lounge things, which I support and agree with. However, I agree it's a lower priority. So if stuff needs to be prioritised within this budget year, then yes, those would be the two that would not go on there. However, if everything's delivered ahead of schedule and under budget as it always is, then I don't need you to come back and be reassured that it's good to go.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm comfortable with option one.
Sorry, James, before you officially move that for a second, we've just been talking views about the AV Rose York. Are you wanting to move that to be included? Because I think that's a different.
Well, I mean, it is an option one, right? Like it's number 11 on
yes,
the.
Yes, it is.
And yes, I
guess they have the option to amend that list.
So I don't want to.
No.
I appreciate.
I just need to know what.
Appreciate that it's further down the list.
Yeah.
But I think probably the 2 points that I think it's worth investing the relatively modest sums of money. Number one is I'm aware of a number of conflicts with the Civic Centre where they've had to go to Rose York Lounge, and the demand is there for when it is appropriately, when it has these upgrades, it's going to be even more attractive for usage.
That's what I just wanted a mathematical clarification from that, because, like I said before, I don't want to be a question of Peter, no. Because hey, there's space here, and you know what, we'll go here.
So my feeling on that one, James, is that there is more demand than what the Civic Centre can deliver.
Yeah.
We know there's definitely been some points of tension, and there's probably been some missed opportunities. So I think that that's my feeling and read of.
That's fine. I literally don't know that facility.
Yeah, well, I'm happy.
I'm happy to be guided by you, Matt.
What are we going to do about this roof ventilation? Are we going to leave that in this, or are we going to take it out for the discussion at another day? Because
it's not what
roof ventilation, 10,000.
No, if you go to the option,
I'm just looking at that one there.
No, if you go to the agenda.
Yeah, I've been to the agenda.
There's
been looking at that, and I've gone to the other one.
Yeah.
So that's out.
Yeah, so it was in the document, but they're proposing and it's in the green, obviously the 11 items.
Yeah.
So is everyone happy now with
the only thing that I
questions?
will say, please, I guess a lot of the questions that come in, because there's not a lot of hard data and these sorts of things, you've given us some really good ideas, but not backed up by what is actually why.
Or it's just a bit more context.
Yeah, that's all I'd say.
But it's they're small
I know,
items.
but that's the reason why the questions have come. Because
Yeah,
there's nothing sort of backing it
Yeah,
up.
no, it's really good discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, look, totally agree, Sue. And that some of these things that's what it is, right? Like it's understanding that context around it is so much about what we're about here. So I agree completely.
So Dane, go.
Yes, I was just going to say, I think like everything that's here that's on the list, it's on the list for a reason, because there's a need, like we might not know what it is up front, but TV and things is a perfect example of that. And you start to understand the situation better, and you go, actually probably it's going to work better if we put a TV in there. I guess the only thing I'm looking at with this stuff is like, does it pass the Facebook test when you get some guy that's got to hold the number and puts it in your Facebook groups and go, how do you justify this much money? And I think most of the stuff to me looks pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
The only thing that I come back to is a $13,000 barbecue. I mean, you can justify $20,000 for some cemetery gates. If you're saying it has to be that much for a barbecue, that's fine. But can we not just say, just please don't sell it or put it out there as a $13,000 barbecue, because that's how it comes across on this. It needs to be removal of old barbecue. Needs to be installation of wiring and gas or whatever for new barbecue, and then a barbecue was put on the end, because otherwise we get crucified for spending $13,000 on a barbecue because the story hasn't been told very well, right? So that's the one for me. If that's, you know, cost wise, it looks a bit iffy, but I still come back to, you know, do it down the list like James has mentioned. You've prioritised everything, you know, but I think it's on the list because it's there for a reason. It needs to be done.
I think we'll include like a project need part next time so that you can get a bit more of a feel for that.
I think too, just to probably putting a bit more of a light on it because of spending.
Oh,
100%. And I think we've done that. So, Russell,
Just a quick clarification on what the cost of the signs. You mentioned Status Signs is supplying them. Is that who our preferred procurement person is, or sign, or have we looked across the whole district? Do we go for tender or something like that?
We'll have to get back to you on that. I think, across council we use Stanich, but I'll have to get back to you. Sorry.
Okay, so to move forward, so there's just some feedback just around the cemetery grates, whether there's a need for Hinuera, because presumably Hinuera stone would be more expensive than so with the feedback there. Is there any other feedback and to add, and that someone's happy to move the recommendation?
Going back and say, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it properly.
Yeah.
Right. The gates I'm talking about. All right, and you know, you can't get anything better than. From a point of view, from a aesthetic point of view, to me, all right, and so I would support Hinuera stone, and I think 20,000 is.
But I guess the challenge is that there's two other gates that are white plaster finish one, and it looks like the third one's isn't continue, and that's why I asked the question: are we then going to replace the others?
I think the only reason it came through like that process was simply because of matters.
Yes.
And originally, council was not going to do it. We wouldn't have done that unless it wasn't for Matamata-Piako. So
we're not going to change Piako cemetery, you know. So
yeah,
it hasn't got.
So whilst we agree, Hinuera stone's good. I think matching the gates are also good. So as long as they're robust and they look good and they're functional, they stop the boy racers doing their thing. So people get that.
I guess just adding to Bruce's point, like I would approve the budget as per it is, which involves Hinuera stone. The only feedback would be that perhaps there's not an expectation that it has to be Hinuera stone if there is another more appropriate thing that fits in with the spirit of the fence. But I've got absolutely no issue if it ends up being
It's in the budget.
It's in the budget. Okay. So would you like to move the option one in its entirety?
So I am personally happy to move option one in its entirety, which includes both the way that each of the options was assessed and also the ranking that's presented and the ranking as a general guide and acknowledging that the ranking is a guide for how the work will proceed. So yes, option one. This is the short answer.
So that we're receiving the report that we approve the list of proposed projects for this financial year for the bulk fund, and we approve a 15% contingency for proposed projects. And that council agreed to leave 25,000 in the bulk fund budget for potential projects later in the financial year.
Yes.
So move James Sainsbury, seconded Dane. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Carried. Thank you. Robust is just getting our heads around what these projects actually meant. And I think they're small things that will add a lot of value and amenity to some of these facilities we have in our district. Thank you. Right, we will now move on to item 7.4, which is the Plan change 54, public lighting. We've got Carolyn coming in. Good morning, Carolyn.
Good morning.
Happy to take it as read. Right.
It's been a long journey getting to this point, COVID in the middle of it. Been a positive, and I think the communities, I hope, got an understanding of what this enables, and having a few of us went in the previous term to a marae or a papakainga just between Karapiro and Arapuni. Some years back, it was fabulous. They were so proud of their homes and how it was working. So you can see the value of papakainga.
I think it's great
for our community.
So in some ways, it's a shame that Gary's not here to,
Yes,
to move it, but I'm happy to move it.
And Caleb,
I was just going to say, fantastic work. Well done. Thank you very much. This is obviously quite profound stuff, and I'm quite happy. Well, I was going to move it.
You'll second it,
but I'm very happy to second it after the deputy.
Yes.
So
yes.
Thank you very much.
So move James T. Seconded Caleb. The report we received in Schedule Clause 17, Schedule 1, RMA. Plan change 54, papakainga is approved, sealed with the seal of the council and signed by the Mayor and Chief Executive, and pursuant of Clause 20 of Schedule 1 RMA. It comes on the 5th of November 2024. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. It's a really enabling, it's an enabling thing change. Thank you, Carolyn, and thanks to the team. Ali, I know you spent a lot of time in consultation and putting together, and Nathan, you've come into the office during that time, so I know the planning team have put a lot of effort into putting this into place, so well done. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to now item 7.5 is the Waikato Water Done Well proposal, and as we all know, Don's been very involved with that across the community.
Yes, thank you.
Have you got a conflict of interest here?
Yes, I want to emphasise that if you adopt the recommendation today, that it does, as you would have seen, not fix you into one particular outcome. It simply gives you the opportunity to move through the process, and there are opportunities through that process for us to depart and look to other possibilities. So yeah, I just want to emphasise that point. The other point is that we are required by law to undertake this thing called a water services plan. And a major part of that particular requirement is to identify service delivery options or the preferred option. And we are required to consult on that with the community as to why that option was chosen and what it means for our community. I think the thing to emphasise there that we're not talking about status quo in any shape or form. It is quite a different frame, if you like. Some more so than others are affected by that. But yeah, I'll leave it there, Madam Chair, and if there are any questions. I did note the funding for this. Council did set aside funds from the Better Off funding for the Water Services Plan development, and I would see this legitimately falling under that, or under the transition funding, which we were provided by the previous government and which we haven't fully expended either. So there are funds available to this. Yes.
Big number.
My question. I know there's been some discussion around the 11 councils that have worked.
Yes.
Theorised into this, and so just for my own clarity, how many councils have agreed to investigate this further? I don't think anyone's committed at this point.
No.
So how many councils have agreed to investigate this? I assume we're joining a majority.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're allowed
If there's only one council that's not part of this process, and that's how we consider it. So all other councils in the Waikato have agreed to enter into this phase to explore. Now, I wouldn't suggest that all councils will come out the end of it agreeing to go to the next step beyond that. But at this stage, that's really heartening to see that all are prepared to go into this process.
This is a very reasonable and sensible approach, and I think it's probably worth, in my own view, I think it's worth investigating as a council. So I'm very supportive of this motion.
Yeah, the reality is that the government are telling us to do it. You know, if we don't do it ourselves, it will be done to us.
Yeah.
And I think we all understand the risks of not working together from a regional perspective, but there's a lot of water to flow under the bridge, obviously.
Literally.
I see what you said there.
Sorry, didn't mean that. Just called it too phrase. Bruce and then Peter.
Don, just clarification, I've just lost it. There's go to another one, and then I'll find it.
Come back. Okay, Peter.
Yeah, my comments regard the data on page 49, so if you'd like to bring up to find that page.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we've seen this table before, something
Yeah,
similar,
yeah.
and my comments might be repetitive, but clarifies it for me. So the guts behind all of this, in my mind, is that everybody comes together and shares resources and whatever they're going to do, and hopefully reduce those figures in the fifth column there. That's pretty much the story behind all of this, yeah?
Yeah.
So
yeah, well, sorry, I was just going to add that yes, cost is part of it.
Yep.
There are a number of other aspects on a non-financial basis that justify, if you like, in terms of how I would put it to you, there are a number of other justifications that I think demand or require us to look at other options other than what we're currently.
and it seems from these figures, Don, that other councils need to look at those arrangements are done site more quickly and in a better way than what NPDC does because of the figures here. I mean, just as an example, it's not our business, but if we look at the Waikato proposed charges 10 years down the line, $8,000. Is all of that being highlighted in their long-term plan as rate increases over the years?
They didn't do a long-term plan. They did what they call annual plan. They're going through their long-term plan process now, I believe. And yes, it'll have to be.
They're pretty huge, and that's just for water, of course. But they're going to be pretty big percentage increases over the next 10 years for some of those councils.
It's their wastewater plants that are probably, because they're multiple, like us. Some of the councils have more water plants than others. We've got our towns and villages that we've got connections to. Others just have a couple of plants in their district, a couple of water plants. And so that's where you add your complexity, because you don't have the economies of scale from individual plants. So yeah, that's.
I mean, because I've always sat at this table and said that I think rates are cheap. I've always said that for what you get. But when you look at, in 10 years' time, some households paying $10,000 for rates. Yeah. I mean,
they've got a crisis on them.
So yeah, they do.
And of course, cross-subsidisation is one of the showstoppers.
Yes.
Is that what you want to?
Well, this is sorry, and it dovetails into Peter's talking about, because and my
you found it now though. Yep.
Because the challenges were identified for Matamata-Piako, and that was workforce, capital, works delivery, compliance, consenting, community affordable. It wasn't seen as an issue there, and when you look at that chart, you can see why. All right, so second to the bottom. So when you didn't put a tick against community affordable because you think that we're okay, relatively.
Yes.
So that's when you go back to this chart that Peter's talking about, and you see us in 2035 at 2193, right? Now, if we have cross subsidisation, we're going to be at $4,000 or 5, all right, and that's where.
Sure. So you're right. To put context on it, part of the challenge is number one to identify operational savings that benefit everybody. In other words, can we do it cheaper than what we're doing it now? Yeah. I suppose the other aspect to it is, are we sustainable in the way we're doing it? In other words, the risks that we're facing from the regulatory frame, from the regulatory agencies, will require work and resource that we currently don't provide for. Now, the idea of transitioning into a water services entity means, or one of the strategies we've suggested, is that we maintain what's raised in an area gets spent in an area. In other words, we give that reassurance for a period of time, and that would be a matter that would be part of the MOU, that if you then move away from that position, that is a process that has to be, if you like, consulted on or agreed on, or however you might want to put it. But I think the other thing,
what you're saying there is, you keep your financial independence, yeah, all right, yeah, until such a time as you say we're all going to have to go into a big pot.
Yep, and that's right.
What's going to be the selling point to our ratepayers, yeah, all right. If they were to look at that today, yeah, all right, and see us at 2193, and we look at Waikato at 79, yeah, our guys would, why would you? They'd say, why the hell would we?
So the decision on cross subsidisation is not made by this part of the process. That's a decision that will be made at another point in time, and by the representatives of that point in time. I suppose the other thing I need to emphasise is this is not a decision which is necessarily limited to the immediate. We're talking about this decision here that will impact across 30 to 50 years. Yeah. And the reality is, in 30 or 50 years, I mean, you might arguably say that the assumption is everyone will be the one.
I'm not against.
No.
I'm knowing the reality is, if they start looking at the bare figures, that we'll have some kickback.
I think that table that Peter raised is that it shows the challenges of status quo, that they're not sustainable, and by working together, there are multiple opportunities to save money, be more efficient, and have a labour force that is skilled and has a career path across the community. And I guess the only other thing is, going forward with the CCO, ideally one CCO would be better, because you're sharing the cost across everybody, but that's yet to be defined, obviously.
So that's why deliberately we've said the principle that will be ensconced in the MOU as we sit here today is that money raised in the area gets spent in the area.
Because that's the thing around the winning, and we're not using winners and losers. Some will win earlier than others. Some councils have already done their upgrades by the time this occurs. They've already locked in the money. So it's, but there'll be other
the benefits of, I think, Bruce, Councillor Johansson, by far outweigh the cost. I mean,
well, the risks. I think it's the risk here.
So fair point, Your Worship. But also, I think we'd be better off with this model looking at these numbers. They tell me that we are going to be better off. If we try to do this on our own, how much more of a cost and how much more risk would it be to us as an organisation, but also to our ratepayers and to those who are having to front up the money for this. If this is a way to make it better for our district.
I think we've all on the same page.
We're on this, it's selling it to
and building that understanding. And I think the document gives all that opportunity. Peter.
Just trigger some comments. I mean, looking at this table, we're in a pretty good position here, Don. I mean, and I sat here a few months ago thinking, before the long-term plan, that 15% here and 15% there, it's pretty doom and gloom. But some of these councils are facing horrendous water issues, obviously. So are we, other than Matamata, are we pretty much up to date, are we?
No, we've got a lot of work to do.
That's why our long-term plan is looking like it is with the
if you isolate out, and you may recall, through the LPP process, we isolated out our Three Waters debt to revenue ratio, and it's something over 400% now.
426.
For the people that see us.
So you need to think underlying that. And do you start increasing your revenue to bring that 400% down, something that's less risky, if you like?
So, but do these numbers
Can I
table?
So I'm not disappointed if Hamilton and Waikato don't become an alliance.
There is a challenge here.
Yeah, I know, but they are not keen to play with us. So, and I read somewhere, I'm trying to find it this morning, that they weren't going to join. So actually, looking at Peter's point, if you took those ones out, we are kind of all sort of so-so.
Yeah.
And so I would.
But Hamilton City have got their biggest problem. Their biggest problem is growth and funding the infrastructure to deal with growth and balancing between funding that growth from DCs, which will make property or section development or private development extremely expensive, or cross-subsidising that by rates. They do have some uniqueness about them. The way they rate at the moment is nowhere near the way all the rest of the councils in Waikato rate. They rate based on capital value for whatever service you receive, as opposed to targeted rates, which everybody else does, all water meters. They are having to shift to that. That will be a huge challenge for them in terms of addressing the changes in what people pay across the city because of going from a capital value based rate to a targeted rate. You're right, Councillor Whiting, they have a unique set of problems which I think they recognise and they have to deal with on their own.
And that would make our story to our ratepayer a little bit better because we're all on a par here, that we're not actually donating to help support, Put in layman's terms.
Yeah, that's right. I need to, and it's something you obviously appreciate, and certainly the Mayor's raised it a number of times, and that is the resilience in terms of our workforce. This is becoming a very, it's a very capital-intensive, complicated business. And if I lose, I hope you don't mind me naming names, I hope he wouldn't mind me. Carl's going to work. Now, for me to replace Carl, I'll be lucky if I replace him in 6 months' time. So we have to do something in the interim to try and cover that. We used to have one compliance person, but by the look of it, we're going to be looking at 2 or 3 compliance reporting people. Now, if I lose one of those, then I'm potentially putting you at risk around the regulator.
Yeah.
So we can't, in all conscience, continue the business managing and oversighting, governing the business as it is at the moment. It's just not sustainable.
Yeah, and I think just to add to your comment, Peter, about whether we're okay and that we've budgeted for everything. It's one thing to budget for it, it's another to actually be able to deliver it. Because if all the other councils and all the other industries in the Waikato are working on wastewater plants, who's going to get theirs done first? So there's all these risks,
And
and to stand alone puts you at greater risk because a bigger entity will be able to provide a channel,
your career path.
Yeah. Okay, so Dane's had his light on for a while now.
Yeah, I was just, so going back to Peter's table here, we'll call it Peter's table.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, most of our work is scheduled to be taking place in the next decade, right?
Yeah.
So the numbers that are shown in there for Matamata-Piako, they are taking into account, those costs that we've set out going forward.
Yeah.
So I mean, I get you saying about having 400% debt ratios and water and things like that, but you still come back to the fact that we look okay here. I mean, it's a lot of money we've got to spend. We're fine.
Yeah.
But we've got nowhere near the problem that a lot of the other people have. And I mean, to my mind, you've got, even in 2035 affordability, you've got at least half those people that are in there that aren't really going to want to have any kind of conversation that goes around. At some point, we're going to have one big pot of money.
You're possibly quite right. But I suppose we're not trying to resolve that problem today. What we're saying is the range of benefits and not just specifically financial.
No, like I think I said to you in the hallway, like, I mean, if you can get a CCO to go through and have a one design for a water treatment plant and a one design for a wastewater treatment plant.
Modular plants.
Here's your paperwork that you fill out for your, your result, that sort of stuff.
Absolutely.
And you hand it out to everybody.
That's what the problem is, trying to do it in a voluntary environment doesn't work. No one agrees to anything. But if you had an aggregated entity which adopted a modular, consistent, I mean, goodness me, we only reinvent, the consultants love it.
Yeah.
Because they reinvent pump station design every time we do a pump station.
And that's where this could work. Like, you might not have one pool of money for this, but everybody puts in there $500,000, and the CCO goes and employs one consultant to design one unit that works across the board, and then hands that out to everybody, and they get 10 times the value.
Absolutely.
Like that's where this sort of stuff can.
And procurement arrangements with suppliers and
Just start.
There's also consents for catchments. You can see what we say by bundling our
workforce and
workforce development, training, career path,
and dealing with the regulator.
And dealing with the regulator, because that's part of our problem is that Matamata-Piako doesn't have much influence with Waikato Regional Council, but a Waikato water entity will.
So it is kind of
Anyway,
I still feel our greatest risk, like we've got the money to do the work.
Yeah.
It's our staffing is the greatest risk that we have. Water is a critical element that we provide, and if we don't have the staff to deliver it, that's where we're at our greatest risk. It is, I cannot understate that.
I'm happy to the recommendation.
Yep. And it's so 1, 2, 3. Yeah, one, and two,
and
not
two A, B, C, and D.
Not it, yeah, not.
And take out the order.
Yep. So it's in its entirety of that we receive the report. And we go through the process. Yes, yes. And of course the challenges of the political space. Are you light on for second, Kevin, or you got another question?
I was going to ask a question, but I'm happy to second that.
Ask your question.
The point of clarification. So, if we aggregate this, we all come into this entity, right? It's quite possible we could get Carl back as someone in that entity who's going to. We won't have to employ that many.
I advise people to be nice to him.
Yeah. Yeah, happy to second.
Yeah, alrighty, so it's moved, Bruce, seconded, Kevin. I'll put the motion, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. And I'd just like to also acknowledge Don for the work he's done. The mayors who, presumably many of you know that Don and Vaughan Payne have gone around the councils explaining what the process is. And I've had numerous mayors say to me, they're very appreciative of Don and the way he explained things to their councillors. And so you have to know to thanks, Don, and acknowledge your efforts in this space, which obviously you are pretty much an expert in as an engineer, so well done. Okay, with that, we'll break for morning tea. Thank you, Courtney. Okay, everyone, welcome back. We will now move on to item 7.6, which is the Matamata Stadium, Matamata-Piako, and our construction contracts. So thank you, Maya, and welcome Frank today. He leads the working group.
Thank you, Mayor Adrian. Good morning, councillors. If the report reads like a dump, a brain dump, that's kind of what it is, to be honest, and so is the next one I'm going to talk about. What I want to do this morning is hopefully take the report as being read, and that's not to avoid any questions that councillors may have in relation to the report. It's more to, perhaps I would like to get to the essence of the decision and the reasons why I've approached certain things in a certain way.
I'll just leave the slide, sorry. I'll be not participating, so I'll turn my light off. I'll sit at the back of the room.
Okay. Just make sure you behave.
Yep.
All right. Oh, thank you. So yeah, carry on, Manai.
If you don't mind, I'll focus on what I think is the key issue that you need to discuss and consider today. So we have a wonderful project that council has been supporting for some time with the community, tremendous community effort. It's been consulted on our long-term plan, and we know one of the reasons why council is so involved in this process is the potential great outcomes that can arise from it. We are at a crunch point now. We've known for a little while that we will come to this crunch point where we've got our 2 construction contracts that we are scheduled to sign in October. And the real question that we have to consider, in my view, is whether we sign or not. And each of those actions has risks. And I believe it's my job to consider that, identify and understand those risks so that council can exercise its judgment as to whether or not those decisions, trigger a significance threshold under the Act, under the Local Government Act, because if the decision's considered to be significant, there might be certain things that steps that we have to take. And probably equally as important is that in understanding these risks, we can understand what council can control, because council can't control all aspects of the risk. There are things you can control and things that you can't. But it's for council to decide in terms of those risks, what would be reasonably expected to do by the community and what is prudent. And I've given my views on some of those issues, and I'll just expand on that in a minute, but I want to emphasise that it is your judgment. It is your place to decide whether the issue is significant. It is your place to decide whether or not what I have outlined is reasonable and prudent. So I want to make it very clear that those are your calls. In terms of the risks, therefore, I've identified a number of options. The key risk is that if we sign both of these contracts, knowing that we don't have all funding sources confirmed, that council will be responsible for any shortfall. And we've known that since day one. So I've gone through and identified what I believe are options to mitigate that risk. And I want to talk about, these are things that I believe you can control, and to an extent anyway, and what the consequences of those are. And I identified 4 options to mitigate the risk of a shortfall in funding. Number 1 is to delay the awarding of the contract. So try to eliminate that risk completely by saying, we won't sign these contracts now, we'll wait until we have more certainty around these other funding sources. In the report, I've outlined that whilst delaying awarding the contracts will mitigate up risk, it introduces additional risks. We have 2 preferred contractors who we have been working with and we're ready to sign the contracts with. We've been through a procurement process which we have been, to be honest, and I think I've reported this to you, very, very delighted with the outcome of the pricing. We seem to have hit the market at a good time. And if we don't sign the contracts, we expose ourselves to variance of those prices. Either way, to be fair, up or down, but it does create uncertainty. The other uncertainty I believe it creates is with our other funding partners and our other community pledges, etc. We know that the Trust have done an amazing job to get the level of community commitment that it has now. A number of those funders, and there's approximately 2 million in the bank, and then we've got another 500,000 pledges. We've got in-kind pledges. We've got, which is 500,000, which happens to be one of our contractors. So we're quite confident that we will get that pledge. We've got another $500,000 worth of pledges, and some of those pledges were conditioned on resource consent being approved, building consent being approved, and spade in the ground type thing. And I think that if I could talk on behalf of the Trust, and that's always dangerous when I talk on behalf of somebody, but I do know that the Trust has a view that as soon as there is certainty of the project, that there will be other funding sources that will come forward from the community. And I'd welcome any questions to Frank. By the way, I just would like to thank Frank for attending and supporting me on this project, on this particular presentation. I'm sorry for ignoring you earlier, Frank. But I think Frank could give council more information in relation to that. So if we don't sign the contract, we deal with one risk, but we introduce another risk. And to the extent, to be honest, that I think it would place the project at serious risk, in my view, of actually going ahead. So it's not a recommended mitigation option from an officer perspective or a project team perspective. We could reduce the budget, and we do have some control over that. Why don't we have complete control over that? We have a partner in this project, the Ministry of Education, who are allowing us to put the stadium on their land and allowing us to make this an integral part of the college operation. To do that, we have to meet certain design criteria. They have certain requirements that we have to do, and we've incorporated that in our design. So, so there are some things we cannot change out of the design. In my view, the biggest area of potential change now in the budget is the contingency. And I've noted the contingency sum down there, and it's always good to have contingency. What I would offer to you is that we would be very discerning over the use of that contingency, knowing the risks that we have. So, for example, and we're not flippant with contingencies, by the way. Sometimes you can sometimes in these projects be faced with a decision that might be the best decision for the long run, but you have to take into consideration your context. And our context at the moment is that we are short of funds. So that creates a context for making decisions on the contingency. What I don't want to suggest to you is that I can save 900,000 in the budget. We will have to use some of that contingency. I'm reasonably confident about that. What I would commit to you is that we will try and save as much of that as possible. The third mitigation option is to use potential to have some way of meeting any shortfall that might occur, bearing in mind that the Trust will continue to raise funds. It's committed to do that, bearing in mind that we've got approximately $2 million worth of funding applications that are all lodged now. We're waiting for decisions. Those decisions will come out between October and December. Look, I hesitate to say this in public, but the reality is if we get all of that, I'll be over the moon because those funders all have demands on them. Some of those funders we've gone back to, we actually lodged a application in the last 9 months, and they said, look, your project is not advanced enough, or we don't have certainty. You haven't got this, you haven't got quotes, you haven't got your consents. How can we be confident that the project's going to go ahead? A lot of those things have been ticked off now. So we're in a much better position with our application than we were. But that still doesn't guarantee that we'll get the money. So as a financial manager of council, I want to try and mitigate the risk of some of that funding not being available or not being realised for the project. And in my view, there's a connection between mitigating the risk of the shortfall and significance. So, and this is my view. So I invite council to hear it apart. When we went out to consult with the community, we talked about a contribution of X, and we talked about, and we have in our long-term plan, an impact on our rates. The chief executive has always said, or repeatedly said to us, the biggest impact of the capital projects on our finances is actually not the capital, it's the operating costs. It's the long operating this facility for 30 years. That's where the big dollars come from. So I'm not trying to diminish the importance of an increased contribution from council in this area. I'm suggesting an interim funding source, because I think that interim funding source, A, was not budgeted for, not allocated to anything, was not is available to an extent, but probably most importantly, by using that funding source, it means that our rating impact is still consistent with what we consulted on. If we don't use that funding source and we say that we're going to fund it from rates, that scenario changes. And again, it's your judgment as to whether that's sufficient to trigger significance. I offer the view that if we have a mitigation action that we would only trigger if we don't get enough funding, that mitigation option of using that funding source or some of those funds means that we can be consistent with the long-term plan consultation. So my recommendation to council to mitigate this risk is actually 2 and 3, is that we manage the budget as closely as we can, and that we also identify an alternative funding source in the event that the other funding sources aren't realised, and or the trust doesn't raise enough to cover the deficit.
Manaia, we seem to have covered the major funders. Who else would there be that we haven't looked at? You said that, some other funders, but
yes, there's another fund.
We've got lotteries and lines.
There is another funder that has been identified, has a connection to our district, and it's been a connection that's been established not a very long time, and it is the proposal of Mr. Healy and myself to talk to that funder, because we believe this project could fit under that funding source. But the other funding sources that the trust have talked about actually relates to, we've got a naming rights sponsor for the whole facility. You appreciate in Sharaha we've got elements of the facility that also have other naming rights sponsors, for example.
And the money that is confirmed so far, when will that come through to us?
So, through you, going through the confirmed funding, the institutional funding is the critical thing there is the development agreement with the MOE, which is due to be signed this week, because that commits the partnership funding there. The naming rights is subject to a sponsorship agreement, which I have the draft of today. Well, actually, it's not a draft. I think it's actually it's actually been agreed with the naming rights. So as long as we're all okay with that, it's signed off, that locks that in. I mentioned the contractor in kind pledge. That contractor is actually the contractor that is doing the enabling works. And our team and that contractor is very aware of, look, you know who that contractor is, JSwap. JSwap are very aware of this, and while I don't have a contract to say that they will, I think council can have confidence that we will get that, which leaves the pledges outstanding, community pledges outstanding, which is the 565,000. And I think the trust is very confident. I mean, I've seen the names, and look, I've looked. The trust shared the list with me, and I've seen all the names on there. Again, I think that I can understand the trust confidence that we will get paid those. But to be fair, I don't have contracts.
So these ones are really saying we're going to give you the money, but we want to see the spade in the ground. Is that what you
pretty much?
You wouldn't give over money about it, would you?
That's ones you talk about.
Thank you, Manai, for this report. I'm always been a backer of the stadium, as most of you will know. Very disappointing to read at the minute the cunning Ministry of Education has said, no, you can't have our sale of house money, which is a bit sad, but it's also pleasing to read that somehow, somewhere, somebody's found a saving to pretty much equate for that loss of funding from the Ministry of Ed. I'd like to think that these the grant applications will all come through, and we had a lot of success with Te Aroha from similar organisations or the same organisations, so hopefully they'll play ball. I think it's time to get these contracts signed. I think it's time to get this project underway, and have, even though I don't know who they are, have faith in the trust to carry on with fundraising as the board proceeds and gets more money. So for me, it all gets the big tip, James.
That's good, Pat. So we'll continue the discussion before we come back to recommendations. So Russ.
Just going back to Sue's question, community pledges paid. When will we get the 1.9?
Yeah, we get it in our bank.
Yeah.
I did say at the last project steering committee last week that I had my car outside and I could take whatever was there then, but my Mr. Higley has. Well, look, I'll let you mention this one because you've already assured me that we can have a check, or not a check. But
yeah, I mean we have more than $2 million in our bank account as such. Some of that is on term, but as I said to Manai last Monday, we can put $1 million in your account tomorrow as required, just as a sign of good faith or whatever. But yeah, the money is there. Some of the money is there. We don't, certainly I don't say lightly that we expect everyone to pay, but I would be so surprised at the people we've had involved so far who've shown support for us if for some reason they said no right now. So it's, I'm feeling good about it. I've said to you before, I'm an optimist sometimes. I don't feel as optimistic as I do at other times, but I'm very optimistic now. And there are a number of people and organisations in Matamata that say, even though they're not down on our list of pledges, that they will offer some support for us when it looks like it's happening.
Further down the track.
Oh, you don't get in. It's a spade in the ground. Right. That's what we expect. But yeah, it's I'm feeling very positive at the moment.
That's great. Just another one. Going on what Pete said, that sort of needs to go ahead and we need to award the contracts. If the council decides that's the way to go today, Manai, how will you sleep tonight after you've told us the risks?
Well, my duty is to tell you the risks and try to find a solution. So
you'll be quite comfortable.
Look, I To be honest, I won't be comfortable, and I want to. We spend a lot of work on getting these grants applications in, and the project is a very, very, very good project. It will be extremely disappointing if this isn't seen by some of the funders, but I understand that they have pressures elsewhere. So that's the issue that I'll think more soundly when I've got those decisions, to be honest.
Yeah.
Some of these, I saw some of these trusts, we still have applications pending. Do you have an ETA when those applications will be lodged?
All applications now, except for this new one that's just come up, have been lodged. So down to, where's my...
The grassroots and the other organisations.
The only one that isn't is the other organisations. That's the only one that hasn't. Just quickly, Lion Foundation is October decision.
Yep.
Sorry, go to the top. Lotteries is December. Lion Foundation is October. New Zealand Community Trust is October, and Grassroots is October. Decisions.
So they're not waiting on any further information?
No. Oh, well, I've lodged everything. I mean, I believe I've lodged compliant applications. They may have some questions, but they're all been acknowledged.
I will echo what my colleagues, Councillors Jagger and Smith, have said, that this is a great idea. Let's get these contracts awarded so that I can sleep at night. And I think we should probably...
Let's let the conversation go before we come back to the recommendation. Dave?
Yeah, well, I mean, I really was getting to some extent what Caleb's saying. And I mean, if we don't look at this today, there's so much time, effort and money that has been spent getting it to this point that I don't think it would get off the ground again, realistically. So, you know, a massive opportunity to miss. Great thing for the community. And back to what Peter's saying, you know, I believe let's get it going.
So
my only addition would be a lot of these funders kind of know what's coming up and whether it's going to, and they would have given you an indication way back if it wasn't quite right. They would, when they did, they asked more for further information.
Yeah.
You hadn't heard that. So.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's interesting. I've been obviously more aware of this project since I've been on the steering group since, I don't know, October, November last year. And, you know, I really want to, before we come to any decision, I want to acknowledge the work the Manai's put in there. And Frank, what did we say, is a 13 or 14 year project or something like that. So I believe you didn't have grey hair when this started, maybe. And look, I acknowledge you coming over here this morning, because I did say, I mean, for me, yes, I without preempting decisions, I also agree that, you know, we've spent the thinking of $1 million getting to this point anyway. If we delay this, we will lose all the grant applications because they will be null and void. And I mean, even to be honest, even though it was always agonising getting to the start point, actually the timing is actually not too bad, because we can get stuck in during the school holidays effectively if the decision goes out in terms of the Christmas school holidays. Which, you know, obviously that no kids at school, easy to get stuck in and get those sorts of things. Manai, I'm pleased there's some sort of safety net there. So it's not, although, as I said to you earlier, you know, I mean, we can also use those funds for other things in our community. So, and I did say that, not really putting Frank on the spot, but I just wanted, you know, and it's good to have him here, and I just wanted some reassurance that you know, the good people of Matamata don't sit on their laurels and go, oh, cool, council's got a safety net, wahoo, that's it. And I know that, you know, for a flipping 13 or 14 year driving of this project, that people are really, probably there's some people that are getting fatigued and going, are we seeing a spade in the ground? Are we not? And I think, you know, and I honestly do believe that that'll reinvigorate some of the stuff. So it was really cool in the meeting last week that we were able to identify $400,000 of savings. I think without really detracting from the you know, the practicality and even the visual aspect of the building. And so
it has got a roof.
It has got a roof, Bruce. Yeah, no, the rumours of that are far exaggerated. So I mean. And there is a real desire to, you know, so there's nothing extravagant going on there, but it's a good, functional, practical facility. And so, you know, and I just really wanted to acknowledge Frank being here today and all the hard work that Manai has been putting in. Kevin?
answer to your question, but I won't sleep well until the risks are not there anymore. E.g., MOE is signed with MOE, and those other grants have been awarded, because worst case scenario, none of those get done. What are we in for? Yeah. That's quite a few $1 million that council has to underwrite. And as much as I'm a supporter of the stadium, if we in the end have to pay $8 or $9 million towards this,
Spade wouldn't go on the ground.
Spade wouldn't go on the ground. I can't
Would it? I
imagine.
mean, simple as that.
So yeah, that would be.
Once you sign the contract, that's
You
it.
go.
Yeah. So
Right.
that's a gamble, I guess, that they're going to come in.
I think this.
I mean, who knows what the government's going to do or what MOE is going to do, Finnish Beard is going to do. I mean, we know they've pulled the pin on some stuff. So.
Yeah, I think, David, in fear, I'm sorry, I've not been involved as much as I was going to do all the hard work. But my impression of the MOE representatives, they're fully committed to their contribution. I think there has never been a hint that 2 million would be not followed.
Why would they not?
Pretty good win. Well, it's a very cheap jump for them, and I think they understand.
There's just some, obviously, we just have to be.
They seem to have misplaced their pen.
We just we've just got to be a bit careful around that acknowledgement just now, and there are a few reasons around that, and I don't want to start overusing that contributor's name in the boardroom for today. I think till next week, provided we pass this, I think that will change. But right now, we've just got to be a bit careful about that. But no, I agree with you, and that was one of my concerns as well. I think my concern with that has been allayed to a certain degree, because that makes completely no sense if that particular contributor didn't come to the party, because that would be the change to this. And in all honesty, it would have to be scaled back. But I don't want to kind of put carts before horses. I acknowledge that risk, Kevin, and but I'm pretty confident we've got that sorted.
One of the things in there, though, is that our okay is dependent on the MOE signing that.
So just to echo the Chief Executive's comments, the MOE representatives have been very good at helping us work through all of the internal requirements of that entity, and they are as committed as I am to get this signed this week. And I think it's a fair comment you make. There is, every one of those little steps just help and reduces the risk even more. The council can't gamble. It's not allowed to gamble. And so that's why I have to put up a potential mitigation option that is prudent. I believe it is. I know it's not desirable that council wants to commit more funding to that. So we've got to weigh off the consequences of both actions, which you have done, and hopefully I've outlined clearly enough for you. But I do think that the risk of not signing is basically almost the end of that project. So.
Okay, I agree. Kevin, do you have another comment? Otherwise, I'll go to Caleb. Okay, Caleb.
Unfortunately, that contributor is, as Councillor Tappan said, misplaced their pen somewhat. We would be, I think, unwise, my own view, to not agree to get this moving today. This has been, for Mr. Ely, some time, and it's not just a passion project. This is a net benefit for our district, for our town, for the school. There are plenty of opportunities going forward, and this is going to be a great facility. But I think that we should put our own spade in the ground, as it were, and make it happen. So I would like to move the motion.
Thank you, Caleb. Actually, sorry, before I come to a second, I've got 2 lights on, so I'll just come to you, Bruce, first, or we'll just leave that sitting there for now, Bruce. And then just in case it influences any seconding.
We agree today to award the contracts. And the And I don't disagree with that. But we're still awaiting that signing of an agreement with the school.
My commitment is to get the contracts, to get the agreement signed before we have to, you know, I would be uncomfortable anything, and I'm sure the chief executive signing anything without that development agreement isn't signed. So there are things that I can control. I can control to an extent that agreement. I can control. I know the agreement. I've seen the agreement. I would have signed it on Monday. This is something that our lawyers are working through with the MOE. I haven't read the sponsorship agreement, but I believe that's going to be straight the attitude of the.
Yeah, that doesn't worry me.
So there's a couple of things that we can control, and those are two of them that I would hesitate signing the contract as an officer without those being ticked on.
Okay, but it's the ministry funding that I'm the issue, right? So if we're agreeing to the signing of the contract, but we don't at the moment have the thing. You wouldn't sign it if it didn't come through. So why isn't the recommendation saying that we will award it, all right, but we have that subject. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. All right. Okay. So you wouldn't. That's what you wouldn't sign it without. Yeah,
I'm quite certain that you can think it sign it.
I have, you know, for what you've said, I have complete confidence that that money's going to come through, right? But I think we should say a council award the contract, all right?
We can't mention the name that can't be mentioned, but in this particular, it would be significant funding partner. Would that potentially be the? And I'm fine with. And we'll come back to Caleb because he's moved. But that
would satisfy. I think it just.
I'd be happy with that too.
You'd be.
So effectively, what you've put in the report in terms of
if you could say the development agreement is signed.
Yes, yeah.
I'm happy to amend my move. My movement to.
Yeah, so that's great.
To include this.
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. Bruce, are you satisfied?
I'm more than then. I just want that.
No, that's fine. Thank you. And Caleb's agreed to amend his motion.
Yeah.
Peter, I'll just come to you.
Yeah, my question regards the second half of the recommendation, 26 Rockford Street. The process of that, what's my question?
It's effectively the safety net, Peter.
I know, but will that safety net will that all be done by the time the stadium is built?
It's already sold.
It's all done.
It's in the bank.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the answer to that is yes.
That's good.
Yeah. No, that's good. Okay. Now, before I call for a second of Caleb's motion, I just want to make sure that everybody that wants to have has had a say, and there are no further questions or clarifications. What we've got Manai and Frank in the room.
Can we have that?
Tamara.
Yeah, sorry. I think then we're absolutely sure. This is a big funding issue.
Yep. No, absolutely. It certainly is a pivotal part of where we've got to. Where we've got to.
So would it be council award the contracts and mitigate the impact of any shortfall in the targeted funding by utilising the process of the sale, subject to the development contract being signed?
Development agreement.
Okay, so Caleb, are you happy with the wording around there?
I'm more than happy with the wording.
Okay, thank you. Bruce, you're the one who wanted the amendments. Is that clear enough for you?
Sorry.
Subject to the development. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah. That is 100% fine. Yeah, okay. Peter, do you have another point, or you?
Just want to clarify that this is pretty much imminent. This signing with this development agreement is pretty much going to happen. They're not going to come up with a bucket load of excuses for the next month or two as to why they don't wish to sign it yet.
So it's taken just a context on it. It's taken quite a lot of time and to and fro about the agreement. The last update I got was the Friday before our last project meeting, and I read through the changes. The changes that were in there that the ministry wanted were largely in the event that we fall over in managing the project and they have to pick it up. That's what, and I understand I get that it's locked down. So if we fail, then we will pay. We will still pay effectively.
Yeah. Thanks, Manaia. All right, we have a motion on the table. Can I call for a seconder for that, please?
Your second, please.
Peter Jager, you're seconding that. So we've got a mover and a seconder. All those in favour?
Aye.
And against? Brilliant. Thank you. Well done. All right, there we are.
Can I just make
You absolutely may, Frank.
It seems a very short time ago that I started coming here and talking about the stadium, but you know, it has been a big project, and certainly the last 4 to 5 years since we've formed the working group, formed the relationship with council, the MOE, Sport Waikato, and not forgetting our community. It's been a roller coaster, to say the least, but it's shown that if you get things organised, work together, things do happen. And I'd like to obviously thank all the people we work with for getting this far, but also thank council, the mayors that have been involved, and you know, our group, Matamata Futures Trust, is not going anywhere. We're wanting to make this a completed project and look forward to that happening, just like you. So thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Get back to the boss.
Thanks, Frank. Yeah, and from my perspective, obviously, I declared a bias because I've obviously been a proponent of this right from when I became a councillor. I played my card straight away, and hence I stepped out of the conversation. Obviously, as part of the working group, yeah, look forward to us carrying on and raising a bit more money to make up that balance. Thanks for coming today. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
See you at the ribbon cutting. See you at the ribbon cutting.
Yes, cheers. March.
Okay, right. We will now move on to item 7.7, which Manaia is staying up for. We've got these big ones today. I've got something to bring up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Adrian. Thanks, Mo. Firstly, can I acknowledge Andrea and Richard and the comms team, Jenny, for dealing with the big engagement process part of this project. It's well out of my area of expertise, so I'm very pleased and grateful that they have contributed that. And I'll actually, if you don't mind, I'll go through. It's another one of these brain dumps to an extent, so I've tried to capture the essence of the report and to be able to bring out the key talking points in 4 slides. And if you don't mind, I'd ask Andrea to talk about the engagement process. So what we have in front of us, Waitoa Water, it's been a subject of discussion around council table for many, many years as well. That map there is our planning map, and as part of this process of identifying a water supply, council supplied water supply, we have to define an area. And I presented this map to the last meeting of the Waitoa community and said the logical definition of the water supply area is those areas that are defined or zoned residential and or business zone, which are all those yellow hashed portions and that orangey hashed bit through the middle. And so the significance of that is if you're in that area and there's a council water supply, whether you connect or not, you will have to pay for it. And if you're outside that area and you're currently getting supplied, you won't be part of the supply. So just wanted to put that in front of you, step one. And I'd make the comment that council has an obligation, and council does have an obligation, as you know, that when a water supply in the district is under threat or there is a risk to it, there's a problem with it, the council has a legal obligation to help resolve that problem. It doesn't mean that council has to provide a supply, but we have to be a part of the solution. And I believe that all the actions that council has taken since 2016 to date are consistent with that obligation, that we're trying to find a solution. So what I want to talk about now is if I can, I'm trying to make, yeah. Oh, that one, I should be pointing over there. That'll help. Oh, did it work? Did you do that?
I did it.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so first I want to talk about the process and get that hopefully very clear to you, but it also gives an opportunity for me to talk about a few points that I referred to in the report. The process, and this is the process we felt was the appropriate one, but we've also had that confirmed through legal advice. Step one of the process is to find out what that community wants. Council cannot just go in and impose or establish a water supply on an area without understanding what that community wants. And so step one is to actually talk to the community itself about what it wants, to engage with that community. And there are two, what I've identified, at least, that there are two potential outcomes of that process. One is that they indicate that they do want a council supply. And so if the decision from that process is that they do want a council supply and council supports that, council has to follow two other processes. It has to then consult with those affected parties in the wider district, which I've identified because of council's policy. I've identified as all other water users on council supplies. And the reason why I've identified that is because if council does put a water supply on Waitoa, it would come under our policy as it stands, and the cost of the water supply would be shared across the district. So there'd be a consultation process with the affected parties, and we would also potentially concurrently, but not necessarily, need to undertake a long-term plan amendment. And it's not until those two processes are followed and completed that there can be certainty of any supply going ahead. So the importance of that for me is that it's important that the Waitoa community understands that. So whatever comes out of their decision today has to go through a number of other steps. It's also important in the sense that it's a safeguard for what I would say the significance of the issue. So your decision today, if you make a decision today, can only be indicative and can only be for the purposes of the engagement. But there are two other steps which involve consulting with the rest of the community. And because you would follow those steps, you would be dealing with, in my view, the fact that the significance of the issue comes in later, not right now. So that's why I'm not saying we need to consult right now, because the decision with the wider community, there's other processes we have to follow. Now, I put I just want to also talk about what our role might be if a private supply, if the decision from the community is a private supply, and if you accept that decision. Really, I think what I suspect our role is there, because we don't actually have any other powers other than to compel anybody other than under the Health Act. Our role would be advisory. And our conversation with the regulator around this has there's not been any indication about anything greater than that. So that's a bit of a discovery area if we end up going, if the private supplies the option, but I think it'll be advisory because the only powers we have to act then directly are under the Health Act. I'll come to that later. I've also drawn a dotted line, if you like, or hashed different kind of line there about, well, we get through the consultation, we get through the amendment, then what happens? Well, just remember, prices will change. And our final solution, if we go down a council supply option, might be slightly different than what we have now because we might see other opportunities to get some other benefits. You might make a decision that says, actually, this is the solution that we want to go down with because it's better for a long-term view. So there's no absolute certainty about, for example, the dollars involved. But for us to, if I could go to the next slide, for us to engage with the Waitoa community and allow that community to make an informed decision, we need to have some options and we need to have information. And so accepting that there are still some unknowns out there, what I've tried to do is put forward information that enables us to at least give the community enough to make what I would consider an informed decision. Now, in this, whilst council has looked at a number of capital options to come to a solution, it was crystallised to staff that the actual final solution that you would make is actually, as I mentioned before, one that you would think would be for the best interest of the district. So what do I mean by that? You might decide that actually strategically it's a better option to actually put a pipeline down State Highway 26 because it gives you potential future opportunity to pick up Waiho. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Now, in terms of Waitoa, my thoughts there were, well, we need something concrete. So we need a capital option that council can control. And so I've put the $5.8 million option in there. Now, one error that I made in my report, or one thing that I didn't make clear in my report, I have a table in there of the investigations that we undertook, and the bottom option of that table is a $6.1 million option, and yet I've used 5.8. Why? And I didn't put this in my report, and I do apologise. I asked our engineering team to go back and look at those options more with a more focus and look at the contingencies and see if we can prune those back a bit. And so the team have come back and said, look, that 6.1 would be 5.8. So I apologise for causing that confusion there. And that $5.8 million option is the connection to the line to Ingham's via Seddon Road. Okay, so that's why there's a difference in those numbers. And I'm saying that that's the option that we should model because there's another option in there in the report. It refers to a Fonterra being a raw water supplier provider, and we're taking the water from them, and it's about 4.5 million. The reason why I haven't put it up front here is A, we don't have control of that option. Fonterra haven't confirmed that they'll accept that option. Neither has the regulator. And we don't have control of their decision making, and we have to, in my view, move on. So I think the $5.8 million option in terms of allowing the Waitoa community to understand the implications, I think is appropriate. The other thing I'd make a mention of is that why do I think that option might be a better option? We put a treatment plant in, let's say Fonterra agree and the regulator agree and put a treatment plant there for a lower capital cost. It's probably the operating costs of that asset over time are probably going to exceed a direct pipeline. Now, and my team have to confirm that, but that's our gut feel. So again, that's why I've put the 5.8 million option in there. Now, working through those numbers from 5.8, that would mean if people didn't pay it off, well, if people didn't pay off their contribution to assessed 130 rateable properties didn't pay that capital contribution off in one sum, those properties would pay, depending on the level of contribution the council dictates, would pay between $44,000 and $11,000. And spread over 5 years, that would be $10,000 to $2,600 over 5 years. And that's depending on whether it's 100%, 75%, 50%, or 25%. Those are examples I put forward. So that kind of sounds confusing what I said. I hope it's clear in the table. The 5-year term, the only reason I picked that 5-year term is because we've done it before in Tahuna and Waharo. You could nominate a different term. I've used 5 years just for consistency and again to give an indication to people. The private supply we've estimated would cost approximately $1.6 million, which would be a capital contribution for each of those ratepayers of $12,000 each. Those numbers are plus just GST. I didn't make that. Don't think I made that clear enough in the report.
And that'd be nothing to do with council anyway. That's to them.
Absolutely right. Council would not have, there would be no option for council to try and split that cost over 5 years because it's not a council supply. And the other interesting question there is, I would imagine that there will be ratepayers in that community who would say, I'm not going to put in a treatment. I'm just going to go with what I've got, rainwater. So I mean, we have powers under the Health Act to look at that, but people would make their own decisions, yes? And I think, as the Mayor pointed out, we can't compel. So those are the two options, and those are the financial kind of implications at a high level. And the decisions that I see the council have to make are, and most important one is, what percentage will you require from the community, that community? And secondly, which I personally think is a smaller issue, but the community might think is a relevant issue, is the Waitoa Hall issue. Now, if I can go to the next slide, I just want to talk about very briefly the considerations that I believe you have, and I've broken them down in this slide into policy considerations and legal considerations. And probably the biggest policy consideration in my mind is this issue of what level of contribution that you might expect from that community, because what it raises is directly a level of cross-subsidisation. So if you don't require 100%, other people have to pick up the balance, and the other balance under our policy would be all the other district water supply users. And I've put a table in the report that tries to indicate what that contribution would be for them. The point I also try to make in the report, I don't know how clearly it has come across, but this cross-subsidisation is possibly the wrong word, but I've used that word. Within the district water supply, we cross-subsidise right now. We put an $8 million, we're commissioning the $8 million plans for water in Lockerbie and Morrinsville. And the cost of that capital has been spread across the district. We're just finishing off a $2 to $3 million wastewater trunk line pipeline for Waiho. That amount has been spread across the district water supply users. We've got a $50 million upgrade for our Matamata wastewater supply. I know it's wastewater, not water, but the principle. Those costs will be spread across the district. When Morrinsville's wastewater upgrade occurs, and it'll be 20 million again, at least probably, that will be spread across the district. Our business as an infrastructure provider is that we price things in a particular way, and not unlike other infrastructure providers. If you take average pricing, if you don't have absolute user pays, and I don't think any infrastructure supplier has absolute user pays, if you don't, you end up cross-subsidised. It's not limited to infrastructure, as you know. You know that our fees and charges are set in certain areas to ensure that our facilities can continue. So what I mean by that is the pool users don't pay 100% of the pool cost. The sports stadium users don't pay 100% of the sports stadium cost. The library users don't. You know this. You have this discussion as part of your revenue and financing policy. And so why I know it's a really important issue that you don't introduce a new line of cross-subsidisation without serious consideration, it is part of our business right now. And it's also why we actually have to consult before final decisions are made with the wider community, those parties that are affected. And so I don't offer a view. It's not. I don't have to have a view about what the percentage should be. But what I can say, as a matter of fact, is that inherent in our way of funding is a degree of cross-subsidisation. It's not new to us. The other policy consideration is precedent. Now, there have been some precedent from the past, and that's Tahuna and Waharo, but a really critical difference there was substantial government subsidy in there. So the impact on the wider ratepayer wasn't the same. Sorry, I'll take a question if you have a question.
Yeah, because I've been waiting for you to pause. No, that was a question. The question you've got Tahuna and Wahara in here with $20-24 and what have you. What did they get charged? They didn't get charged the full.
No. The mixture of funding. Sorry.
Yeah. So the mixture of funding was government subsidy, council, and then would that be right?
Correct.
No. So. Yeah, I know. I know Waharoa where they contributed. What was their contribution percentage-wise?
Oh gosh.
I'm looking. If you're looking at your 175, 50, 25, all right. What if you're looking at precedents?
I'm sorry, I haven't calculated that exactly. What I do know is in Waharo particularly, it was a $2.8 million project. It was 80% government subsidy. And it actually finished up at about 3.5 million finally when the project was finished. So 80%, we didn't get additional subsidy. That was picked up by the district. But I'm sorry, I don't actually have that specific calculation.
It's this precedent setting.
Absolutely. And I guess my point is, in terms of precedent, that the fact that there was government subsidy kind of means that precedent is not quite the same. Not quite the same, because you don't have that available now. I think the more important precedent, if I express an opinion, is that it's the precedent going forward, which is probably the more critical.
That's exactly what I'm trying to think. What was our situation with that? Could we apply that precedent there, knowing that we're going to potentially get that in some other instances in the future?
And so why I've rationalised, and I didn't try to do this, why I've rationalised down to 25%, okay, as a potential, I'm not saying that's the right one. If you look at the private supply option, if these people were having to put the system in themselves to the extent that we've specified, they would have to pay about $2,600 each. They would have to have paid the equivalent over 5 years of $26 to $2,800 each. And it just so happens that falls into the 25% category. Now, my view, it's just a view, is that almost determines the affordability issue. What would you have to pay on your own
if you had to put your own on?
Okay. Yeah. Accepting that some people wouldn't pay that, what would you have to pay on your own? That kind of, to my mind, was an observation that it's almost saying, well, you've got a minimum of that anyway.
Yeah, so the minimum is what they'd have to do to provide their own supply. Right. The other question I have is if you've got 100 and how many, say 130, and only 30 of them, only 50% of them said we'll do this. Where's the financial impact on? Pardon? Well, where's the cutoff line? Because if we're going to cost X million to get a line, the biggest thing is getting the line down from Waihioko and down Seven and what have you. If that cost is not going to be $44,000, it could be $80,000.
Are you saying, sorry, just to understand?
It's all or nothing.
Yeah.
No, well, that's what I'm.
So can I give you an example? Wahara, a non-binding poll was taken at Wahara as to whether or not we proceed with, I can't remember what the water supply, the wastewater scheme. It's both in the end, but there was not 100% agreement. I think
they all had good ones. That's what
not 100% agreement, but council was clear from the start that it reserved the right to make the decision to compulsorily require them to commit. And if you put a system in and a pipe runs past the gate, you can require them to pay the rate or half the rate actually for that system.
Dave?
Yeah, that was going to be one of my big questions. It's like, is there a 55-45 cutoff or whatever? That's the thing that at this number we make a decision. And the other thing I was going to say is that your 5-year term that's up there. I mean, that in those previous cases was fine because you had 80% contribution from the government. In the situation where we don't, it may be, if we're going to put something in front of them, it may be better to look at a 10-year term to keep the costs down, given that there is no government, major government contribution to it.
Absolutely. So just to try to cover off those 2 points. As the chief executive said, once we draw the line and it's going ahead, you're in. Even if you don't want to be, you're in.
So I guess to that point, I guess the threshold for that should be made clear to them or to know where the line is.
Yeah, they know. That's the way we need them at. Absolutely. The other part of that question, which I know came up in a previous discussion, was you get a response from the community and you've got a mixed response, and how do you deal with that? And I can thankfully say, I can hand it over to Andrea when she's talking, because it's a tricky one. Yeah. It is a really tricky one. As the chief executive said, council has encountered this before in other situations. Sorry, with regard to the term, the mayor mentioned the same thing. And so she asked me to model 7 and 10 years under the 5.8 million, just to give you an indication. And 10 years, oh gosh, I've got them written in my report. I think it was 1,900 for 7 years and 1,400 for 10. Just as an indicator. Yeah.
It's the point to remember for these people is that they'll also be paying a targeted rate.
Correct.
600 and something like that.
Yeah, which is currently 688, which will go up obviously. And so it's around the affordability.
I can just speed up and I'll just finish the slide and then I'll get out of the way. So the community outcomes, I mean, one of your community outcomes is a place to thrive and spoke. So what is the best decision or option that aligns with that? The legal considerations, very quickly. I think the most important part about in relation to this decision is not only the present people of present, but it's also what's best for the future. That's one of the things that you need to think about, one of the considerations. One of the provisions in Section 127 of the Local Government Act, which is about, and that's all in the section of council having to help, obliged to help, not necessarily provide. One of the requirements there is you have to consider the financial circumstances of the affected parties specifically. And this is where I came to the logic, well, whatever you put in for yourself, if you have to do it your own, this is what you're going to have to pay. So that's an indicator. It's just an indicator. I didn't do the exercise of the percentage that was in the Waikato Water's Done Well. I meant to, but I hadn't got to it. And then finally, the Health Act. Now, the Health Act is about giving you power to respond to certain scenarios where you know that that there is a risk to health, and often that occurs for communities with sewer rather than water. Having said that, water is fundamental. So I guess again, in considering what is the best option, and these are things we need to share with the community, what is the best for the health of the community of Waitoa going forward? So those are considerations, and thankfully those are your decisions. And so the three actual decisions that I have listed on the last slide is, so what percentage should be that I believe we need for us to go forward. You may have some other things that you wish to add to this. but what percentage should be charged to the Waitoa community as an indication. It is not the final decision, but it's an indication about what you would think would be comfortable with, because we have to go through some other processes, and you have to be prepared that those processes, you might change your mind. And do the proceeds of the Waitoa Hall come into the equation? I haven't dealt with it in a lot of detail in my comments. I have some views, but and then of course the engagement process is the third important element.
So shall we hear some questions first for what you've talked about before we go into the engagement process? Because I've got a bit 2 lights on here. So Peter.
That's a lot to take you, Manai, but thank you for that. Here's my question. Just first of all, clarification. So to get a pipe down Fledden Road is going to cost 5.8 million, and council has to get the money to do that from whatever sources, yeah? 1.6 million if everybody puts in their own water tanks and the homeowner finds that money, correct? So my question is any thought being given to, and it may be unusual, for council to subsidise the homeowners to provide their tanks?
Yes, there has. I personally believe that is a significant issue on its own, because in my view, what it opens up is the 4,000 other properties in the district that we don't provide water to.
Yeah, but they haven't got the problem of losing their supply, have they?
I'm just saying that there's an issue of significance in my view. I actually also don't think we have the legal power to do that. I don't believe we've got a mechanism that enables us to do that, contribute to a private solution. I don't believe we have that, but I can check that, but that's my belief. That's what, and we also can, I know that we can't take their cost and lend it to them and spread it over time. I know we can't legally do that. So that's the biggest issue there, in my view, that I think it's out of our legal capability to do that.
Is I hope we don't get into the situation with Waitoa where we're half are getting pipe water now who say, yes, let's go with council, and the other half who've got tank water say, don't want to borrow it, to get a 50-50 split.
Well, it's an interesting one, because there's so many different forms of supply, and there's very few that aren't hooked up to that Fonterra water, and it's being co-mixed with their roof water, I would suspect. But we've drawn the line very clearly. The challenge also with even trying to help them with their own funding is, will they spend it, if you provide a tank, but there's the treatment, and see, that's where if the community decide they don't want to go down this track and council supply them, then there'll be people that the risks for them are, for those that don't have enough water to survive a year, is they will run out of water and they'll have to buy tanker loads of water. If they're not treating it, because at the moment, tanker loads of water are $300 anyway. So if you're paying a targeted rate of 688, well, there's 2 tanks of water anyway. So, weigh up the risks for them. These are the risks we have to put to them. That's the way I look at it. If they choose not to treat the water, because Fonterra water will be making their water, commingled water in their tank, more compliant, because it is potable water. So there's that element around whether they treat it or not. There is the option for them to retain their roof water and use it outside and just put the water into their house and therefore control their consumption. They will still have to pay a fee, of course, to have it, but they've got assurance of continuity of supply. They don't have to worry if the pump breaks down, because this is the thing, is when you've got roof water, you've got a pump. You've got to maintain your own infrastructure. So there's those elements to consider in their space. It's quite broad. Kevin?
I understand the risk about maybe not doing the Fonterra thing. With no control over that supply, that would make it very awkward if they decided to not do it, I guess. But making a decision between 1.6 million for private supply and 5 point something for the other, that's very significant for everybody who's on a targeted water race, not just Waitoa, particularly without the 80% contribution from government. As you say, this situation has never happened before in our district without the government subsidy.
So we've done on a smaller scale with Te Aroha West. That was a much smaller scale, but that line had to come from somewhere else. It didn't just go down the road, so that we subsidised that one. We were providing them with water though, it's just untreated.
So, my question was going to be the same as Pete. Why can't we just pay for them to have tanks? Just do it. I mean, surely to God, there's some way we can do it.
There are some
Why can't we own them?
So there's some, no, well, some people can't even fit another tank on that section. That's the other problem. And the challenge is you can supply them with a tank, but if they've got enough roof capacity to supply them with enough water for rainwater.
How many houses have you guys lived in that had a tank that you had to pump in the summer because you didn't have water?
Yeah, that's a given, but given that they've got to pay $300 or whatever for a tank of water, yeah, it's there's a cost there.
Are you saying no one does it anymore?
Yeah, obviously people in the rural areas do.
It's their cost, not everybody else.
At the end of the day, that's all conversation for them to have.
Exactly.
Them to decide. It's not for us to decide.
We don't
What
know.
we've been asked here today is how much do we want to have them have to contribute to whatever that option is,
To help them make a decision.
and then how are we going to do that after they make a decision?
Correct.
We could go round and round on that one because it's very difficult, and it's not affecting us. It's affecting
them.
They need to do it. So I guess based on that, if we're going to get the conversation around percentages started,
yes,
I don't think that 25% to my mind is enough. I think it wants to be somewhere between they're contributing between a third and a half of what the cost is. That's my personal opinion. I'm going to throw those numbers out there to maybe get the conversation going direction. I guess that you're looking for some direction on.
Before I make another suggestion and just park that comment, Dane, Bruce, question?
Well, yeah, it's I don't know if it's a red herring or not, but this is the future or potential future changes, and that's when you start saying if we do put a council supply in, there could be pressure put on the septic systems. And is that because people are going to use more water? Because I don't know if they.
It's already a pressure. It's already an issue.
It is an issue, and that's the issue with that. Some of them have got bores and
Correct.
that type of thing. So,
public health.
One way or the other, are we going to end up having to do a wastewater system at Waitoa? And so when we start talking about what their contribution would be from a water supply at 30 or 50%, then we might be hit with that in another 10 years' time with wastewater.
Well,
another 1 year.
Or potentially be a pipe would go onto the pipe to Waitoa, I would wager.
Yeah, it's still
As a cost, massive cost of pumps. Yeah. No, good question. Sharon.
Yes, it was along Bruce's lines. Future changes with the waters done well. Because it's only assuming that they're going to continue to implement any changes that council authorises. What if they don't continue to implement?
So my view on this is that if we follow due process legally, so we get to a point that, well, if it's a private supply, then that's the end of story. But if it's not, due process, once due process on our end is finished, it becomes implementable. It'll become matter of full. And I believe that this issue will be faced by any potential entity going forward. We won't be on our own in this. So, and I also believe that we have to make provision in our budgets going forward and the LTPs for this kind of project if it comes in. And that's what a new entity would be looking at, working off our plans and looking at how they can implement it better to achieve the same outcomes. I think that's what they do.
I would just like us to perhaps move into just stop live streaming, and if we could move into a public excluded space, please, because I think there's some other information that we're not at liberty
can I, so we've got rid of that.
Okay, so we've got the Waitoa Hall proceeds.
So the issue of the 500.
Well, that's not.
No.
That's not.
No.
It's this Waitoa Hall is the only thing.
That's the only thing, right? Okay, right.
So there's a view, like, can I understand the view? Because the community with the Waitoa Hall proceeds are that it was their targeted rate. Yes, but and is there a moral obligation? Like, I know that it was distributed to the, as an open line item to the council. The property was sold, wasn't it? And so this 372,000 is the property.
Insurance.
Of Pairere Insurance, we haven't done anything yet.
No, I think that
words.
canvassing the all ratepayers as to their view of whether it should.
And so if we did the same Waitoa, I can tell you what would happen.
Absolutely.
So I guess can we just clarify so that I got this right when it comes to the decommissioning of a community hall, for example, Waitoa. When you go into a process of decommissioning and distribution, there's two pools of money. There is the money that was collected specifically from the targeted rates, which is on the rates bill, and the normal process in our books is for that to be redistributed to the individuals that contributed, or it's ring marked for the community that provided the targeted rates. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's a balance there.
Sorry, so are you saying when the hall is decommissioned?
So there's two. We're talking about two pools of money. We're talking about the money that was collected from targeted ratepayers, yes, and we're talking about the asset.
Okay, so no, we don't. You are right about the two amounts, and just to give you an idea of that 372, the balance of the hall account when the disposal was about 20,000 roughly. Now that's the operating balance.
And that's come from the targeted ratepayers.
That's come from the targeted ratepayers.
Yeah.
And that is held.
Yeah.
And it's part of the 372 at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay. It hasn't. I'm not aware of any situation where any money has been given back to individual ratepayers.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, I should say there's a difference between the operating funds which have collected from the targeted ratepayer.
Correct.
And that in a moral and a very clear way belongs to those individuals that contributed it. The balance, which in this case we're talking about $352,000, which is a capital value of the hall and the land, is not earmarked for the ratepayers of the community.
It's council funds.
It's council funds. And the reason for that, and the reason we have that as a policy and a line item, is because typically it's general council funds that have contributed to through grants and land, whatever, that has created that asset in the first instance. So why is that a general? Why do we do that?
No, I think just to that point, you are absolutely right that any sale of asset, other than an asset that might be on a domain, let's exclude that. But if we sell a hall and it's a council-owned hall, that is council's funding to decide what to do with it. All that we have done as a practice, not as a policy, is held that money. And so, for example, in the case, although this one I don't think was a council-owned hall, Motu Mā hall sale, that community said, let's put the money to the Morrinsville Event Centre. And they paid for an aspect of that. But in most cases now, Ngārua Hall's a classic.
Yeah.
The costs of sale are exceeded. Oh, sorry, the proceeds of sale exceed the costs of sale. Yeah. So it's. But there are still some halls. There are still halls like Manawatu. So it's an important point. Yeah. There's still halls like Manawatu that are strong and thriving. Tahuna, which are strong and thriving. And you're absolutely right. There's a strong point of identification with those assets. But it is still council's decision, because council is the owner.
And yeah, I mean, the Taringa footprint, the council distributed, it was part of a treaty of settlement.
Correct.
Right? And that wasn't something that was done. There was the community wasn't compensated in any way for sort of sale of land. So I guess with that in mind, I don't see that the proceeds of the Waitoa Hall, other than maybe that $20,000. $20,000 fine. Although I don't think all the targeted ratepayers are going to be connecting to the water supply. I don't see the balance as being relevant to this discussion. That's not to say that we may not decide to contribute very, very significantly, but that's not, the 370 or 350 is not part of the discussion as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Thanks, James. Sue?
I just sort of feel the perceived ownership of the hall would be the communities, but you know, at the end of the day, it will be our decision, I guess.
Yeah, that's the other flip of the coin. Kevin?
So at the moment, Waitoa are not rated for water, right? Okay, so they will be. So they could.
If they decide.
If this goes ahead, then they will be. If it goes past the gate, they'll be paying it, either that or half, whatever. So they're going to have a significant increase in their rates anyway.
Correct.
All right, regardless of whether we make them pay 25, 50, 75 or 100. Please clarify, if they paid nothing for us to do this, it costs the targeted ratepayers in Matamata-Piako about $20, X number of dollars a year. $20, say $20.
Yes, if you, so if I could just refer to table 5.
$17.
17 for 25%. So if you make that zero,
yeah,
and it's all, it'll be the $20 is not far. It's in that order.
So I'm just trying to think of the best thing for Waitoa. They get good clean water. They start paying water rates. So there's what? How much is that? $600 a year.
$688 at the moment.
$700 a year. So it goes on their rates immediately. I don't think it's right to then charge them any more for it to happen.
So yeah, so you're happy
to subsidise the whole flipping load. It cost me for $20 a year. Seriously.
Well, we haven't subsidised the new supply at Morrinsville. You know, like it's just added on. It's a new supply, but we've had DCs and whatnot. But I guess the challenge for me is this is down to public health and the community long term. It is a long term view. We aren't there yet. We can go with a figure, and that's that's for us, and that's just a guide to give them some certainty of what they might be up for should they decide to go with a council water supply and eliminate all their risks of running their own supply.
So I go back to Waharai on the wastewater.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to find what the precedent was in the sense of how much they paid, to be connected to wastewater, right? So that's no, well, no, it is the same. It's
service.
What you're getting, all right. Or what you got today and what you get tomorrow, because you're getting an improved service. So that improved service means that you should make some contribution as an initial funding, and then you become part of the conglomerate.
Yeah, and I think I don't have an issue with the $20 for a ratepayer. Like that's fine. But the issue is, like Bruce is the precedent of it, because then where does it stop, right? You have a little village on the corner that has 5 houses there. Well, my tank's crap, it's our foul. Well, council will supply water now. Like,
thing of scale, though, isn't it?
It is, but that's the precedent, right? At what scale does the council pick up the tank?
Water from before?
From Ball.
So it was already, they already had water.
Yeah, at some stage they didn't, but yes.
Yeah.
And there's no government.
Okay.
There's no government subject to that.
Yeah.
And I also think, like, going back to the whole conversation, like, that's a precedent in itself too. I get that there's some community ownership of it, but what James is saying is very clear cut. That's the rules. That's what it is. If you start blurring those lines, I mean, it would be easier to say, okay, we want you to do 10% instead of 5%. You've sort of 5%, whatever it might be, to offset the cost to them, rather than saying, well, we're going to give you the money for the hall back, because then we've set a precedent going forward for all the other halls.
We also did just discuss the previous discussion, $3.3 million from the sale of land in Matamata going to the Matamata Stadium. So set a precedent as well.
Right. So
why is it a problem?
But it shouldn't go to that degree.
Can we go back to this?
We need to move
372,000.
We cannot guarantee.
No, but the simple, they are, the Waitoa community that are wanting it to go into their water supply are not all of the targeted ratepayers.
Yeah.
Right?
So, I guess just to reiterate, I just think the Waitoa Hall for me is a red herring. It's in no way influences what I think that we should be contributing or expecting the community to play. It's just that it's not really, in my view, and certainly in terms of our modern accounting systems view, something that's ring marked for this particular project. So that's the only point that I want to say.
So I want to get a gauge. We've had a variety of views. Is there anybody that thinks they should pay 100%? No, obviously. Does anybody think they should pay 75%? No. Does anyone think 50%? No. So we've got an option of 0 and 25% sitting in front of us. Well, I guess the thing is if it was 25%, it's roughly this, and to throw it out there, when we were talking to the community months ago, and they wanted to know, well, how much might we have to pay? And we threw out a $10,000. And those that were there remember it. So we're being reasonably consistent. If you think that there should be a contribution towards the supply, because it's a new supply in our community, they're up. If they have to go it alone, they've got to spend some money.
So make it cheaper for them so they don't do that.
And we effectively have
charge them 10%, for God's sake, and so they all buy in. Then there'll be none of the other rubbish, and they'll all buy in, and it'll be cheaper.
So there's a view. So
make it easy.
I threw a number that was a little bit higher to start with, but then hearing how much the government subsidy and stuff was, if we're going to go on some precedent that's been set in the past, and the government was subsidising 80% of that, and there was 20% left split between council and ratepayers, there is an argument to make that it might be only 10% that the homeowners have to put in based on what they have done in the past. I think it needs to be something.
Yeah,
it needs to be something. But it also, you could use that as a precedent to fall in line with what's been done previously.
I guess the only challenge I have around reducing it is that if there are other cost pressures come on across other water supplies that we currently have, that need some attention, because that will go again. We'll be saying, oh, we're improving that supply, so it starts to create, your waters are going up, the costs are going up.
So how much did Wahara pay out of that remaining 20%?
So well, it says here, council property owners for both schemes, council required property owners for both schemes to pay $3,329, including GST, over 5 years, or $665.96 per year. So that equates to now $4,700 to $5,600, or $940 to $1,120 per year.
We're not talking about the richest people in the world.
No, we're not.
No, that's a problem.
I'm happy to move 10%.
They're not the richest people in the world, but they've still got a substantial cost coming up for them, regardless of what happens. So I agree with you, that if we could make it significantly cheaper than what they'd have to do it on their own, then we save time and money with having these arguments going round and round.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing is with 25%, if there was some other funding came available, we could discount it off that 25%. Would you be happy with that if there was some other money came to light?
If we're talking about 5.8 million and we got some other funding came in, say it was 500,000, comes in 5.3, they pay 25% and of the remain.
I guess there's two ways of skinning it, because if there was funding specifically for that community, would you not take it off the 25% rather than subsidise the rate?
I think based on how much stuff was subsidised in the past, I would start at 15 and subsidise down from there. That's
compromise with that.
Yeah.
I think you've got to make it cheaper than what it would cost them to do it on the track.
Okay.
Otherwise, there's no compulsion to do it.
Okay, so is there support for? So is there any support for 25?
I think it's too high.
Is it too high? It's 20. Like like I'm just trying to get a feel for where you're all sitting. So you're now sitting at 15.
I'm good for 15 with some money that comes in.
Okay. Yep. And if there's other money comes about, then that will be. Does it come off it, or does it come off the total? It comes off the total. It comes off the total.
I would think, as a just
Suggestion,
that if anyone was required that amount of money, they might be quite clear about what their expectation is.
Whether it comes off the whole thing or whether it comes off their contribution.
We need to address that.
I think for the purposes of today, based on the information that we have at hand at the moment, I think 15. I'm happy to support 15. If through some mysterious means additional funding comes at hand, then we would need to understand how that. And then decide accordingly.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm happy to move the recommendation that the proposed contributions from Waitoa residents for a council water supply be 15% of project cost for the purposes of the initial engagement process, and that council endorse the proposed engagement process.
Sorry, I didn't want to.
We haven't got the engagement process yet. That's one first part. So that's just part one. So we can move part one if you'd like to.
I'm happy to stand down.
Yeah. So do we have a second part one?
So that's just 15%.
15%. 15%. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Gary, do you have a direction? Paul. Jane. And I guess and that's with a 5 year as example.
5 years model.
Yep. Right, now endorse. Now we've got the engagement process that we need to figure out, because obviously the community has to have a big part in this. Why would you like community to go for it? Adrian, thank you.
So you will largely dictate what the engagement process could look like, and without trying to preempt what you might want to do, I provided 4 options in the engagement draft report or plan. Starts off at a higher end, a high level of deliberation, and it assesses the 4 against 5 key deliberation principles. One end we go pretty high, and it's where we give this information to the community, to a representative group within the community, to discuss and arrive at what I'd call common ground. So in these processes, there's really a hard and fast black and white. There's a lot of grey in the discussion, and it's often about people reaching a point where, yes, we can live with that. So rather than it being a yes, I'm right behind it, there will be some people in the room who are right behind the ultimate decision. And the community would then come back to council with a set of recommendations. Council at the high end would get to see some draft recommendations before the final recommendations were formed. That just enables council to say, well, that's a little bit tricky, or to ask a few more questions if the information that comes back can be refined. And so it really does put this with the community to come to a decision, and our role will be to support that with good facilitation and good information. Then we drop down the different levels, and option 4 there is around the consultation process, which is probably more traditional, where we would put the information out, a bit like we do with the long-term plan, or we've just done with the long-term plan, put the information out. We might run a drop-in session or 2 for people to come and ask questions, and people can make submissions, or we could run a poll, or some non-binding poll like it was done on Humanstone and Waharoa. And so the options would need to come from council. So council would drive that, and council would be the ones to ultimately decide, based on the information that comes back in the submissions, what the preference is and what track you prefer to go down. So I guess there's the tables, I hope, are relatively clear in terms of.
Terrible, sorry.
Sorry, I can't.
Reading the table, I just didn't enjoy reading that at all. I don't know whether, like it's a lot of words and a lot of columns and not easily read, to be honest. I'm pretty sure I saw some nods around the room, but then some of you probably digested it.
Yeah, so the fundamental piece is whether council would be comfortable allowing the community to arrive at the decision, and supporting them to do that. So again, providing lots of information. And the key at the high level is the group that would be selected will be done representatively. So it would be like a mini public of that community. When we go to the medium, fundamentally stays relatively the same, except there'll be a blend of representative people and then people who the community might want to put in there to make sure they're in the room. And the low level of deliberation would mean that there is no commitment from council around the drafting of recommendations to accept the recommendations that would come forward. In fact, the community would be asked to provide recommendations. It would just fundamentally to provide feedback. Sorry, I'm doing this very quickly, I know, but I'm more than happy to take questions.
So the challenge for us is that obviously we need to engage with the community for them to come to an informed decision. We've created a one step, and the certainty today is around 15% of the cost. And given the engagement we've already had, because we've already been talking to them for years about this, we haven't necessarily reached everybody in the room. So, like, I don't have a huge view on, because there's a time frame here too. Is what's going to take longest and what's going to be effective, and because if we go with the high scale, will that's long. There's a lot of conversation and capacity and facilitation of doing something, whereas we could have carry on with our community meetings and explain it all, send letters in the mail to the ratepayers of those communities that they've got the information, and have another open session to talk to them. But is it where the vote comes in for all of them, or do you just go with that group of people? Like if you do the high deliberation, long form deliberation, you're basically they're assigning their vote to those people, correct?
Well, yeah, vote, a decision or recommendation.
Yeah.
That process is also quite public. So I don't mean that everyone's in the room, but the whole idea of it is to have the people who represent basically that community in the room having those discussions, and that information is then shared with the wider group. It also provides quite a good basis if we needed to consult at a district-wide level in terms of what...
Yeah, because it's the district-wide side of it too, around the significance of...
So can I?
Yep, go for it.
Right. I'll go back to Wahara. It's a precedent, right? So what was the process we did in Wahara to get residents to buy into the wastewater process?
We had several meetings, quite a number of meetings, in fact, explaining the situation and identifying what it would cost them. And then we did. That's with the
people involved in that initial. Connection.
And then I don't think we're as sophisticated in those days. I think we sent a letter out to all ratepayers and asked whether they supported it or not. And I think council at the time may have indicated that it was looking for a 60% margin of approval.
So did they send something back saying yes or no?
Yeah, correct.
And was there a minimum engagement that was needed to validate the poll? Like, what if only 10 people responded? Did you give
no, I don't think I did.
I mean, I guess I would reply that.
You're testing my memory now, but my gut feeling would be that it was based on the return, not on the population. In other words, not saying no and not saying yes was assumed to be yes.
Yeah, if you didn't participate.
So,
I'd be just informing them to be clear. I mean,
informing them what?
That it's going to happen.
No, we can't do that.
We can't do nothing.
Yeah, for them, I would put it to you, for them, it's quite a significant decision.
It is.
You may think that you may consider whether it's significant to the rest of the district. That's one.
So if they say no, what happens?
Who says no? Who are you saying says no?
Says no.
Well, then we pick up our bags and job done.
Even though we have an obligation, a legal obligation to provide them with.
Oh, we could take an overarching view and say we will compel you to do it. But if the community speak loud and clear that that's the decision they make, at what point do we override a community when they've spoken?
Well,
It's a citizens' assembly, basically.
Assume they speak loudly and clearly.
That we just made them do. I mean, we just, that's our job, to tell them what to do.
Yeah, but that's because there was a law there around and we're already providing a service. This, we aren't currently providing them a service. So we're giving them the option of either being a part, us providing them a service, or them going it alone. So it's slightly different.
Did we do that? We put the new one in the morning?
But it's growth, of course.
Oh, so they don't get a choice.
Well, it's either that or they
Well, I
don't
think
have
they have water shortages every summer.
They've been pitching enough together.
I'm sorry, I don't see the logic behind it. That group of people got no choice, we just did it. These people get a choice.
No, they already had a service. They already had a water service. We're making
a crappy one.
These guys don't.
Same as these things.
But
They don't have a water service. We do not provide water
Use your
service.
lights, guys, and rather than shouting.
So, because I just wanted to clarify, just following on from Kevin, I just wanted to understand do we have any responsibility towards the community if they don't want to sign up to, like, on that more general thing of water?
Yeah.
The legal considerations that you have remain.
Yes.
Remain.
And so can we fulfill those legal considerations if they have tax?
You have two, you have a
Like
two-step
white
process.
answer.
You have a two-step process. You have to consult under the Act, which can involve different levels of consultation, but you have to satisfy that requirement. We as a council cannot impose a service on somebody without engaging that community in a consultative process. We've got to satisfy that. The answer could be 99% no, and you could still make a decision because of the considerations to say yes. So establishing the parameters for this consultation is not a poll. So
It's not a referendum.
I mean, and I guess this is why I think what's important about the engagement process is ideally, and we've said this at meetings, we've said ideally council would like to get a prevailing view. Ideally, council wants people to participate and so they can have confidence in what it does. That will the effect or that outcome is more likely to be achieved from an engagement process that actually gets people out of there, to participate. And I suggest, as the chief executive said, what we used to do, we used to satisfy, or I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it was almost in comparison to what we can do now, ticking a box. And I know the councils of the day didn't see it that way and they wanted to make the right decision. All I'm saying is, what I think Andrew has put forward to you is options to get more people involved so that you can have more confidence. But there's no guarantees about what the outcome will be.
I think, there's no guarantees. And I think with the engagement that we've had with the community so far, is there's quite a representative group there. So there's a balance here between option 1 and option 4. And I gather that option 4 is not the preference. Option 1 probably is maybe a little bit too far that way. So whether there's something in the middle of 2 and 3. Well, it's involve and collaborate, I think, would be the option 2 to me, would be the best way. Given that we've already started to involve and collaborate with them, it's acknowledging what we've already done for those of us that have been to those meetings. And I think for a lot of them, us giving them the certainty of 15% actually will probably make it more affordable for the majority, that they say, well, why wouldn't we? Like, from my feeling in the room from people, it was worried about what they were going to have to pay, which is the critical thing. And for them, for us, and probably from a social issue, is to ensure that they've got potable water coming to their house has to be part of the right decision. We've addressed a part of the affordability by going with 15%. So we can talk to those things perhaps in the medium scale option 2, because they're wanting certainty to make a decision. They've been asking So let's just give them and do that, carry on with the involve and collaborate, because I believe that's what we're already doing.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm good with it.
Yeah, and that
Ironically, they're going to be paying the $20 extra on their rates
too,
for the
as
work
well.
as well. So that they'll be paying the 50% plus the 20.
Yes. It's but I think we've given them like your 15% of that is a good compromise. Does that help you, Andrea, and where we're heading?
So everyone's comfortable.
And so will the final decision, if we stick with option 2, do we then send them a form and they say yes, no, we support it, or how are we going to cover all ratepayers in that community?
So we can do that as another step. So the medium level engagement would be where you have that group and where they can get into that detail.
Yeah.
There can be other ways we share that information with,
yes.
Particularly with those affected. And then ideally then the recommendations will come back to council from that group for council to consider.
Yeah.
And so the commitment from council really is if they're reasonable recommendations that council would then enact them.
Yeah, and I think because of this collaboration we already had, we're probably reaching a good majority anyway, and we'll be able to pull in the others because this is it. This is where we're going to. Council needs to make a decision. James, yeah.
Yes, I guess I just want to understand a little bit more. So we've got 130 households, rates bills that will be affected by the thing that the council puts in the line. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's other households and ratepayers in Waitoa that are outside that 130 that may or may not be impacted by the closing down of if Fonterra no longer supplies water. Is that correct?
Mm.
So this high level group that we're talking about, are we talking only about the 130 households that are going to be connected to the potential MPDC supply? Who are we talking about? We've got the 130 that are going to be impacted. We've got the broader community who may or may not be impacted by Fonterra no longer providing. And then we've got people that have an interest for whatever reason. So what are we talking about here?
If that line of who's in and who's out is hard and fast, it would be the people who are inside that line.
Okay.
And then we would communicate in a different way to the people who are outside that line.
Okay.
This is not really, well, there's a decision to make if it's currently getting.
Or that no one's blindsided by the I'm not participating in this thing because I'm assuming I'm just going to go with the flow.
Yeah.
Assuming that I'll be signed up, and it's like, oh no, you're on the wrong side of the street. That's not happening.
Yeah. So there would be communication. If that line is a little bit grey and we're not sure, then we would go the safer option of actually taking a sample from the community.
I guess I'm like thinking forward to when this stuff's coming back here for us. Like it's going to be important for me to understand of those 130 households that are going to be, if an MPDC system goes ahead, are going to be obliged to participate and contribute 15%, etc. I'm going to want to know how many of those households, or should I say, right, it's essentially the names on the rates bills, right? Yeah. That's who I care about. How many of those have contributed?
Or participated.
And contributed. And I notice in the form that one of the options is fully, it's not randomized, targeted, whatever. It's like the process involves fully randomized. There's no way that we can have everybody, right?
Well, no. And again, if you move down to that low end and we run a series of workshops, that becomes self-selected. And for those who are not attending the meetings now, they don't come again. So we don't have a perfect solution. We can try and encourage as many people to come as possible.
Something is going to every one of those 130 ratepayers, Alyssa, saying...
Yeah. And we will be sharing, depending on which method we use, we will be sharing information as we go so people are understanding what the conversation has been and why, if there's certain areas being addressed in depth, how they got to where they got to in their discussions, so people are not being left behind. It's not going to blindside them when recommendations get put forward.
Yeah. So again, I guess the outcome, the stuff that comes here, I think it would be hugely helpful for me to understand what that group of 130 people think. We can have the broader stuff as well, But that 130 ratepayers that are going to be obliged to be part of it, I think it's, I would find it reassuring to understand how many of them were involved.
Yep.
And what their views were.
Well, that's what will come back to us.
Yeah. Well, except that it's not that prescriptive, right? Like what's described here is that there's going to be groups, there's going to be general feedback, it may not be assigned to people, etc., etc. We may not. I guess this is what I want to be reassured of.
That's good feedback.
I want to be reassured of that it's not just district right view people.
Yeah. I would expect that it would be numbers and hard numbers.
And understanding who has provided those views.
How many ratepayers?
How this impacts them directly.
Yeah.
Is really what I want to understand. And then yes, the people outside the road line, as long as they are aware.
The thing is they could opt in.
Well, can they though?
Well, it goes right past the gate.
Well, we haven't actually defined exactly. Have we?
Sorry, if I can comment, it made sense to me that we should supply the area that's zoned for urban use.
Yes.
So that's what we've done.
That's a good, strong mandate.
It's terrific, as long as that's well understood by people in and outside of that. Because I mean, and they maybe they already know.
Yeah, Bruce.
Oh, well, I think I was going to talk to Manai afterwards. The line comes down would come down Seddon Road, right? Now there's
people can pick up along there.
There's 3 or 4 houses at the corner of Seddon Road that are not farm related, right? There's a lot of them, right? But you know what I mean?
They're on the Lighthouse side of Seddon Road, aren't they?
Oh, no, that's an irrelevance.
Well, it is, but the pipe's not going that way.
No, because you're talking about a main supply line, so there'd have to be a you know what I mean? So there's quite a number of houses. So if this the issue is, would they be considered to come on in the future? But if they did, what would they pay? And because they come in, we might have another 20 or 30. So you're talking 150. So the dollars change.
Yeah. So it's a very good question. There are some. Look, I don't want to overcomplicate this issue, but there are some subtleties here, including land that is rural that has been zoned for residential.
That's how behind the school.
Yeah. And so rather than complicate the issue, I felt that for us to move forward, if we start with a number and that number is doable, and then that number might change by the time we come to formally put the scheme out. This is about getting an indication from the community based on the information that we know. And to be honest, the solution to the infrastructure that's made, let's say the decision is to go ahead with the supply. What we finally come back to you with a solution might be different again because we've capitalised on something else. So it's for me it was about we've got to give the community a chance to give you formal feedback in this way so that we can take the next steps.
Take the next step, yeah.
Fully support that. I think that's terrific. As long as it's really clearly communicated so that we do hear from residents that might be outside the bright line saying, well, it's actually really easy and we want to be part of this just so that there's the trigger for those types of discussions to happen and from
I think the key here is communicate.
Cool. They're going to vote for paying more money.
Yeah.
But surely they'll be in favour.
Conclusion. So now the second resolution, which I'll back up, is
option 2 meetings.
Is the that the council endorses the proposed engagement process. Option 2.
So I've reworded it a little bit and just put that council endorse the proposed engagement process on the medium level engagement, which is to involve and collaborate.
Perfect. Thank you. Can I have a mover for that motion, please? Thank you, Caleb. Seconder, Dane. Coincidentally, the same people. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against. Carried. Thank you, team. And
Thank you very much.
Challenging one to get our heads around, and we'll go from there. Right, we'll just do one. We have lunch. We'll have lunch. We'll break for lunch then. Back up again. Alrighty. Okay, welcome back. Obviously you had our lunch. The day's going a bit longer than we planned, but thorough discussion on our decision making. Right.
Thank you.
We just move on to item 7.8, which is top risks, and we've got Leslie here. Kelly had to duck off, but I'm sure you'll be able to cover it all, Leslie. Sorry to hold you up this afternoon.
So basically here to have the top 9 risks that we've landed on after a range of workshops and sessions about strategic risk. And I'll just give you a little bit of information about the next steps. So we've assigned owners at the E-team this week. We assigned owners to each of the risks. And when we go to the Audit and Risk Committee meeting, the owner of the risk will front up to the Audit and Risk Committee for a question and answer session, basically 5 to 10 minute presentation by the GM responsible for the risk, explaining what the risk is and why the actions are being taken, what key actions are being taken to mitigate the risk. And then a 10-minute question and answer session with the risk members, Risk Assurance Committee members, asking questions to assure themselves that the risk is appropriately managed. So they're going to be done starting at the next risk insurance meeting, and the last one will be done at the end of just before the end of the triennium.
So how many risks will be addressed at each meeting?
One.
Just one?
Yeah.
So we'll have enough meetings to do that?
Yes. All scheduled.
Scheduled, cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, I said we assigned owners. So yeah. Any questions?
Just to say, I see that the Risk and Assurance Committee are doing a deep dive into this as well. Are we not sort of double-headed?
No, this is the same thing.
I know.
Oh, sorry.
So the Risk and Assurance Committee had what we, as a council, came up with.
Yeah.
And there was from a risk and assurance perspective, we agreed with the staff recommendation to try and condense or reduce the number. So we've combined a few.
Yeah.
There was some debate during our council discussion on some of them anyway, as to why they were separate, like with the essential assets services. So we've combined a few. So that's just sort of that was that next step of, because it's really sits with the Risk and Assurance Committee around risk.
Yeah.
And that's what part of our role really. But as a council had to decide also what our risks were to have a lens on it. So this is where it landed.
We were double dipping this.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen.
It was just, it was. They just tidied it up because we knew, because of those of us councillors that are on the committee, we knew where the discussion was around why is this one sitting separate and where we could move it to. So yeah, no, it was all good. Any further questions?
So the ones that the 9 top risks are in this report.
That's all fairly self-explanatory, taken as read. Are there any other questions for Leslie? Okay, so can I have someone move the information we received and the 9 risks determined by the Risk Assurance Committee on text? Moved Kevin, seconded Sharon. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thanks, Leslie.
Great, thank you.
Sorry we didn't get you before lunch. Right, and then we come to the Hawaii Golf meeting. Jay Chavez, sorry. Good to see you. And Carolyn's joining you. Right, and of course James was at the meeting as well. So yeah.
I'll just start with saying, would you like me to provide a short summary of what happened at the Hauriki Golf, or happy to take as read?
Take as read.
Yeah,
take as read.
Carol and I are happy to answer any questions.
Or if there's anything else for you to add, James, of particular interest, it was.
Happy to take the report as read. I guess just highlighting the ongoing concerns about the kalupa. Which is always a topic of conversation. The other new item that came up this time was the the bird flu, the risks around the highly infectious bird flu. We had it in New Zealand, and it's more at the moment an information campaign about if you see dead seabirds, don't touch them and call somebody. The risk is both to our native fauna, but also, of course, the commercial.
Chickens.
So that was the other thing that came across our radar. We gave the constituent report this time round, and they acknowledged the tremendous tree planting that's been going on in the district, both by the council. There's a couple of really nice examples that Carolyn had put out for the council activities, but also from the community in general. So that was acknowledged, and particularly that sort of whole of system approach. So what's done here can have big impacts downstream. Would be the only things that highlight.
Nice.
And it was the first meeting that was attended by the new CEO, Lucy Barraquin.
That's great.
How much oil is in that Niagara?
So,
Do they know how much oil is in the Niagara?
no, so that's the other thing that they're keeping moving on, and it's the great unknown, really.
Yeah.
And it's been on the central government. It really is a question of who should pay, and are they willing to? So there's discussions with the central government as who I think there was a meeting scheduled with the co-chairs, I think, to advance that as a concern. Well, I think the first thing is it a risk? And then what do you do with it if it is? And it's interesting, right? It's a World War II wreck, and it's reaching the stage of what they call peak leak, which is all of these World War II wrecks all over the country, where the corrosion is just getting to the point where there's going to be problems all over the country. Peak leak.
Any other questions for the team? Alrighty, can I have someone move that the information be received? Thank you. Moved Dane, seconded Russell. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Two liked. Meeting.
Yes, it's a school. Oh.
Yeah, well, you can say
Oh.
no. But just before we close our meeting, just wanted to officially congratulate John on his life membership to the Aotearoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll be available for autographs and the like.
Good on the wall.
And obviously, so many years of local government worthy recognition by the Aotearoa organisation. So with that, I'll thank everyone for their attendance today and close the meeting. Thank you.